On behalf of our barn director, Miss Gwen Mize, our sheep barn office director, Miss Cindy Cunningham, our market lamb superintendent, Miss Amy Rumslog, thank you so very much for being here. In the ring at this time, we are ready to get underway with our market lamb show. Class 1, blackface crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 92 to 113 pounds. First call, Class 2, blackface crossbred market lambs. This is your first call to the makeup ring, please. Class 2. For the Texas Sheep and Goat Validation Program and has served as superintendent at major shows in Texas. Marvin has judged regional, state, and national livestock shows across the United States. He has judged the market lambs at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, North American International Livestock Exposition, the National Western Stock Show, the American Royal Fort Worth Livestock Show, San Angelo Stock Show, and many other major shows and state fairs. I'd like to take this opportunity and introduce our market lamb judge for the fair. Please meet Mr. Marvin Enzer. Marvin and his wife Karen reside in San Angelo, Texas. Marvin recently retired from Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service. He was a county extension agent for more than 20 years and then served as a program director for agriculture until his retirement. He currently enjoys spending time with his family, raising show lambs for the grandkids, and operating a small commercial sheep operation. Marvin has been a strong advocate for the youth livestock program. He is currently on the executive committee for the Texas Sheep and Goat Validation Program and has served as a superintendent at major shows in Texas. Marvin is certainly no stranger to the show ring. He has judged all of the major livestock shows, including the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, North American International Livestock Show, National Western, American Royal, Fort Worth, and San Angelo, along with many, many state fairs. He considers it an honor to judge the market lambs at the Indiana State Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give Mr. Marvin Enzer a warm Hoosier welcome. You're in my space. You're in my space. You're in my space. Check one. On this, right there, where your thumb is.
Well, good morning. It's great to be with you here today. I've been looking forward to this day for some time. This is one of the market lamb shows I haven't had the opportunity to do, and I'm excited about it because I've witnessed from a distance, let's say, that the quality at this show's known to be really, really good, and the young people are really, really good at what they do, and so this is going to be a fun day for me. We start with a class that has some differences in it, and I think you have to just kind of deal with that and kind of sort to what your preferences may be, and I stay with the top pair that I think kind of go together. They're long pattern sheep that's got some muscle and some handle to them. You could like to change each one of these just a little bit, but we're going to start with this blue sheep that's got a tremendous rack shape, long-bodied, plenty of stifle, big-footed, got plenty of bone work underneath, still cleaning its underline. One that could be a little better in its loin handle, going from loin into rump. It's not quite as stout at the base of that loin as what I'd like for it to be to make this an easy decision. But I think when you get to over your hands over the top of his rib and rack and analyzing from behind, he's the combination of those two things. I think he puts him up here at the front. When you look at our second place sheep, you got one that's maybe a little bit better in his transitions down his top line. I appreciate the way he goes from loin to rump. I like the squareness at his dock and the look he has for the way he's made through his hip and handles his hind leg. He's just one that doesn't quite have enough muscle power to him when you get a hold of him. He's not quite as pulled apart in his center rib, not quite as stout up over the rack is what we got in the class winner. If I could give him just a little more power, we can sure swap these two. Third was a challenge for me. This is one's got plenty of muscle. He's got the expansion through the center of his skeleton. He's big in his rack. He's got lots of shape from behind when you analyze him for his depth of twist and depth of muscle through that lower stifle. He's a little shorter-sided sheep that gets a little off in his loin handle as well. And when you get over the top of him and handle him, his loin to hip doesn't really transition like I'd like for it to, as well as that extension. He doesn't have quite the extension and length that we find in our top two, but I appreciate the carcass traits in this one. He definitely deserves to be up in this top three in consideration. Young lady coming next has got a nice sheep here. It's got some width up over his rack. She's got enough muscle from behind to stay in the competition up here in the top three. Not maybe quite as deep in her lower stifle, but the thing that she doesn't quite balance out as well. She gets a little tighter through her rear flank, touch deeper through her chest floor when you get out on the profile on this one as we compare it to the top three in the class. But I like the quality, once again, the carcass traits in her. She's really right today in her handling condition. I appreciate that. And fifth place is one maybe I like on the profile as well as anything in the class. I like the lines. I like the smooth shoulder set. I like where the neck comes out of the top of the shoulder. Just not quite enough sheep when I get behind. Needs to be pulled apart in the skeleton, give a little more width and dimension from front to rear to go with a really great look from the side. Let's give all these young people a nice hand for a good job.
Keep that down there, Marv. I believe we're ready for Class 2. Class 2, blackface crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 114 to 119. Class 2 in the ring. Exhibitors, just a little housekeeping notes here. We will select your Division I champion and reserve champion following Class 5. Between Class 5 and Class 6, we will select your Division I champion and reserve champion. Results of Class 1. Class 1, blackface crossbred market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Lila Kephart. Second place exhibitor, Darren Lyman. Third was Ethan McCorkle. Fourth place exhibitor, Jaron Pettigrew. Fifth, Bristol Lordy. Sixth place was Carson Hahn. Seventh, Hadley Parker. Eighth place, Hallie Lickenfer. Ninth, Zane Faulkner. 10th place was Eliason Spence. And 11th was Sophia Shannon. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 1 blackface crossbred market lamb exhibitors. Class 3 exhibitors, Class 3, this is your first call. First call to the makeup ring, please. Class 3. And I am right. I think I understood For those of you around ringside that maybe have family and friends back home that couldn't make it here to the Elements Financial Blue Ribbon Pavilion, let them know that we are live streaming the show. They can watch the show real time at showbarnflix.com. Showbarnflix.com is the website where they can follow live stream of our show today. Showbarnflix.com. I think so. I think so.
another really nice class. Some tough decisions on the top 3 or 4 here. I like the young man sheep that I'm going to start with down his top line and through the center of his skeleton. He's really wide made over the top of his rib, and he carries that really consistently all the way back to his dock. He's wide at his pin set. He goes to ground with width the base. He's one that's neck comes out the right spot up there over the top of his shoulder. He's not quite as long-bodied as the one coming in second, but I think he balances out with enough length from the side. One that's maybe not quite as good through his chest floor. If you want to pick on one piece, it's just a little bit different than maybe what's behind him, but he outpowers the rest of them in width and depth of loin. One that's really big up over the top of his rib, and the thing that I also like about him is he's better through the hock. Our second place sheep, to me, gets his hock behind him a little bit too far for me. I'd like to see him handle his back legs just a little bit different. I like the front end. The first third of his skeleton is really, really nice. I like the rack shape. I like the way the shoulder sets, the slope of the shoulder. One that's really nice in the first third. Loin could be a little bit wider and deeper than what we got as we compare him to the one up ahead. But the back legs is just, it's not bad, but it's just not quite as good as it needs to be in the way he handles himself through the hock. Our third place sheep is one that, and we got one that's kind of similar to the sheep up above on profile. He's really good in his first third of his skeleton as well. Got a nice shape up over his rack. One that's not quite as good in that hind saddle. When you get from that last rib back, he just gives up a little bit too much to our top 2 in this class. And that's where he really gets hurt in this particular class. But I like him on the profile, a nice sheep here in third. Fourth place is another attractive made sheep that's good in its lines. Got a nice foot size to him and levelness at top line. Really a nice sheep that just needs a little more power through the lower third of his skeleton as I get up in the top 3. Not quite as thick through that center and lower stifle, not quite the width through that lower part of his skeleton, what we got in the top end, but really an attractive made sheep that's got enough handle to play up here on this end. Young lady coming next has got one that is similar in a lot of ways to the one we start the class with for his top shape and width. I like that about this sheep a lot. Just gets a little too short, doesn't take quite as big a step when you get him on the move, not quite as good at the base of his shoulder when you see him out. He likes to get just a little bit coarser at the base of his shoulder, but this one here is a power sheep that got enough bone work to him too. A nice lamb here in fifth. Good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 3. Class 3, blackface crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 120 to 122. Class 3, in the ring, please. Results of Class 2. Class 2, blackface crossbred market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Caden Johnson. Second place exhibitor, Thomas Thompson. Third, Matthew Minnick. Fourth place was Riggin Pruitt. Fifth, Courtney Hockmeyer. Sixth place, Alette Nyer. 7, Kirsten Stockberger. Eighth place exhibitor, Dylan Arkenbach. Ninth was Hannah Bridges. 10th, Hadley Parker. Other exhibitors in the class include Riley Grinstead and Landon Andrews. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 2 blackface crossbred market lamb exhibitors. First call to the makeup ring, please. Class Many of you might not notice, but each class winner here in our Market Lamb show is receiving a banner. That banner is sponsored by Justin, Aaron, and Ellie Willoughby. Thank you so much, Justin. We appreciate it. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all of our class winners in our Market Lamb show.
Well, really nice set of lambs in this class. I think the top pair up together pretty quick. For me, I like both of these sheep a lot for is sheep that's got some look but really pulled apart in their skeleton, wide through the center of their body. Really nice down their top lines. I'm going to use a sheep that's just a little bit better, in my opinion, through his shoulder. Both of these sheep got maybe just a little bit down at the point, but this one here is a little neater in the way the blades lay coming above that point up to his top of his blades, and still maintains really good width and handle down his top. That's the piece that separates him a little bit from the one that's in second. Both of these travel pretty good for sheep that's got this kind of muscle. This sheep that's in second is probably the biggest rib sheep in the class. I really like the kind of power he has through the center of his body and body shape, but he gets just a little out at the shoulder, not quite as attractive up through that front is what we got in the sheep that wins this class, but this is a power sheep that really is fun to handle. A nice lamb here in second. Third place sheep is one that's maybe a touch more attractive up through his front end than the one just ahead of him in the class. I like the way this one's made when I get out beside him. Really a well-balanced sheep that's got some muscle shape. When you get over the top and handle the sheep, his loin edge just gives up too much to me to the top two. He gets a little narrow going back past that 12th rib compared to the top two, but really a nice sheep to look at, as well as a handle when you get over the top of his rib set. When we get into fourth place, one that gets a little bit shorter necked and coarser out through the front than what we got just ahead. Not quite the look through that first third of the skeleton, but another one that's just got the kind of power that puts him in this top four in the class. I just like to change the first third just a little bit as I get out beside him. The young man coming next has got one as attractive out here where I'm standing as any in the class. Really up-fronted, up in his chest floor, a long neck, level in his lines, big-footed, lots of look to him on the side. And you get out the three-quarter viewer behind, the sheep just doesn't quite have enough width through his rib set and enough power through that center lower stifle to leave him up here any further in the class. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 5. Class 5 blackface crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 123 to 125. Class 5, in the ring, please. Results of Class 3 blackface crossbred market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Isaac Thompson. Second place exhibitor, Julia Gardy. Third, Annika Hamilton. Fourth place was Morgan Tallman. Fifth, Logan Tressler. Sixth place exhibitor, Drew Blades. 7, Cole Nelson. Eighth place was Jacob Thompson. Ninth, Avery Feltner. 10th place exhibitor, Dylan Achenbach. Other exhibitors in the class include Brody Engelhart, Dana Gardner, Corbin Gardner, and Lillian Swanson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 3 blackface crossbred market lamb exhibitors. we'd like to take this opportunity and recognize some of our Celebration of Champions sponsors. You'll notice the banners around ringside, but we certainly want to draw your attention. Umbarger Show Feeds, RSG, your place to get your sheep AI'd and for embryo transfer work. Willoughby Sales, WLivestock.com, Reiki Club Lambs, Smith Showstock, Mattingly Sheep Company, Willoughby Showstock, Edge Livestock and Club Lambs, Slack Club Lambs, Farmers National Company, SDF Silver Dollar Farms, Wilson Southdown and Goats, and Hickory Hall Polo Club. We'd certainly like to give a tip of the hat to those sponsors that will be a very important part of our Celebration of Champions.
Well, this class, another nice set. There's some things in each one of these you might want to change just a little bit. I've always tried to go with where I thought the most complete sheep was, and that's where this young man lies, in my opinion, this class. One that you can see the squareness he has from behind, the foot size, the stoutness that he has in his structure. One that's good down his top line, that's good in his transitions, that has some width through the center of his rib. He checks a lot of the boxes. He's not just right in his first third of his skeleton. For me, I'd like to change him just that right there a little bit, but this one here I think is the most complete package and a nice lamb to start the class with. Second place is one that maybe handles with a touch more rack shape, and the class winner and has as much or more stifle to him when you get behind him. I'd like to see his loin and a little better in that transition as it goes into his rump. His loin edge is not quite as out and as flush as what we have in the class winner, and he's got on the move a little bit more set to his hock than I'd prefer. But he's one that you got to appreciate for the stoutness. He's lean. He's got lots of muscle shape, lots of carcass traits that you have to appreciate here in second. Third place, I took a little time at this point because when I get out beside him, a lot of times this is a sheep I'd like to start the class with. In some ways, he's one of the better sheep in his first third as far as being right in where his shoulder lies. He's got some extension in his neck. He's got some things that first third that's maybe a little better than the first two. But when you get over the top of him, he just narrows up a little bit too much in his top. He doesn't handle with the power, doesn't handle with the width and dimension that we find in our first two sheep. I think he gives up too much for me to allow him to move up further in the class. But I do appreciate the sheep and the way he's made when I get out beside him. Young man coming next, he's got one that's big up over the top of his rib and rack. One that gets a little out balanced when I get out beside him compared to the top three. I'd like to lift him up through that chest floor just a little bit, and his loin edge sets down just a notch. He's got some width there, but I'd like to see the loin edge up a little higher to move up any further in the class. Young lady coming next has got one I moved up a ways. I like the first third of the skeleton in this one and the way he's shaped up over the top of his rib, good rack shape. He just in the hind saddle, especially through that loin and that loin hip once again, narrows up too much to get up further in the class. But a good set. Let's give all the exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be our Division I drive. First place from Class 1, Lila Kephart, Johnson County. First place exhibitor from Class 2, Caden Johnson, Boone County. And from Class 3, your first place exhibitor, Isaac Thompson of Boone County. Second place exhibitor from Class 1, Darren Lehman, Elkhart County. From Class 2, second place, Thomas Thompson of Boone County. And third, from Class 3, your second place exhibitor, Julia Gardy of Whitley County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Division I exhibitors. We'd certainly like to thank our sponsors for our Division I drive here in our Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb Show. Edge Livestock and Club Lambs. Doug Edge and his family from Pendleton, thank you so very much for your generosity in sponsoring our awards here in our Division I Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb Drive.
A couple of quick comments. And I said in this first division, first class, both of them long-bodied sheep. I use one's a little more power up over the rack and a little more stifle shape when you get right behind it. One that maybe gives up a little bit of the transition and the smoothness of top that we have in our second place in that class, but a nice pair. In the middle pair, this was a really close call. I mentioned in the class that I used once again, I thought the most complete. He's a little better off of his hind legs, the way he handles himself through his hock. One that's really powerful through the hip and over down his top, runs uphill nice. Not quite as long pattern. One that's maybe not quite got the front end design, first third of his skeleton. I really appreciate the second place sheep. I just like to see him handle himself better off his back legs and get a little better in his hip loin transition. This last class, two that's really, really comparable. I think both of them have the kind of power and muscle to win. It's kind of which ones are made a little more correct or a little better in their pieces. I like this first place sheep, the way he's made at the top of his shoulder, a little better than the one coming second. The one in seconds gets a little rounder through his front, but big in his rib and huge down his top. A really close pair at that point. I'm going to look at them one more time and name the champion reserve out of this division. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
And your Division I champion from Class 3, congratulations, Isaac Thompson of Boone County. And your reserve Division I champion from Class 2, congratulations, Caden Johnson of Boone County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Division I exhibitors. We are ready for Class 6. Class 6 Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 126 to 129. Class 6 in the ring, please. Results of Class 5. Class 5 Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs. First place and congratulations, R.A. Martin. Second place exhibitor, Cole Ritter. Third, Catherine Griffiths. Fourth place was Landon Gaines. Fifth, Sawyer Ritz. Sixth place exhibitor, Owen Grinstead. Seventh, Morgan Berry. Eighth place was Ashton Allman. 9, Melanie Fetter. And 10th place exhibitor, Alexis Walling. Once again, congratulations to all of our Class 5 Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, it's a really close pair on the top end. I like both of these sheep a lot. There's lots of quality in these two. I'm going to start with the one that I feel like is, once again, maybe just a little more complete. He's not quite as fresh maybe today down his top touch is what we have in second, but this one is really made exceptionally well when you analyze the pieces and parts up through his front end, the first third of his skeleton, the way he lays in there. The shoulder goes into a forerib that's really expanded. He's got the right kind of shape coming out of the blades over the top of his rack. Neck comes out of the right spot. He's got the right kind of foot size. Really a nice sheep that's got enough muscle and balances out good from the side. I'd like to make you at times handle just a touch fresher through the loin as I compare him to the one that's in second. The one in second's really a fresh handling sheep. I love the loin in this sheep. I love the way it's wide, made coming right out of that 12th rib all the way back to his dock. He's got enough muscle from behind to compete with this sheep as well. Not quite the first third. When you get out here beside him, I'd like to make him just a little better in the way he's made out through his front. He's really neat through his front, but he doesn't expand quite as wide through that forerib and quite have the rack of what we have in the class winner today. But this is a nice lamb to be proud of here. Third place gets a little bit rounder, a little coarser at the base of the shoulder. Not quite as long pattern as the top two in this class, but I like the carcass traits. So this one here's big in its rack, big in its rib, got plenty of muscle from behind. I just like to change him a little when I get out beside him compared to the first two and give him just a little more extension and smooth him up a little through that front end. We get into our fourth place, one that is similar to the one just ahead, maybe a notch better through the front, and I recognize that. Just doesn't quite have the width through that loin and the shape up over the top of that loin that we have in the ones just above, and maybe not quite as wide at the hip, over the top of the hip and dock as those sheep just ahead of him. Next one's one very attractive. Gets a little bit straighter in its shoulder angle, not quite as far along in the feed period. Gets a little bit rawer to the touch, but I like the length and levelness, one that's got quality to him as well. Let's give all these young exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 7. Class 7 blackface crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 130 to 132. Class 7, in the ring, please. Results of Class 6. Class 6 blackface crossbred market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Isaac Thompson. Second place, Araya Nair. Third was Julia Gardy. Fourth place exhibitor, Logan Tressler. Fifth, Haley Vogel. Sixth place was Connor Summers. 7, Dixie Hamilton. Eighth place was Jenna Bushong. Ninth, Zachary Wolof. And 10th place was Cynthia Kinsey Slaw. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 6 blackface crossbred market lamb exhibitors. For those of you around ringside, you may notice our ladies in black. These ladies are the official photographer. They are with Lindsay Hanowich Photography. Lindsay and her staff is the official photographer here at your Indiana State Fair. These ladies are here to catch that perfect show ring moment or capture that perfect backdrop picture. We'd certainly encourage you to go to the website to review and purchase those photos. That website is lindsayhanowichphotography.com. Once again, lindsayhanowichphotography.com. Once again, for those of you around ringside that might have family and friends back home and couldn't make it here to your Indiana State Fair, let them know that we are live streaming. We're live streaming our Market Lamb show, showbarnflix.com. Showbarnflix.com is the website that they want to log into, showbarnflix.com.
Another nice set of lambs in this class. The top pair gets pretty close for me. When you get behind them, I think you gravitate to this class winner. You get out beside them, at times you gravitate more to the one in second. I think the combination sheep, though, the one that's got the traits that I think that deserve to win the class is up here. This one is the best sheep from the last rib back. He's wider loin, he's bigger hip, he's deeper in his stifle. One that's got more power when you get right over the top and behind him. One that's still got some elevation to the front and neat top of the set of his shoulder. Not quite as long pattern, not quite the look through that first third of his skeleton when you get out beside him. But this one here has got enough length to balance out, and from that last rib back, he excels the sheep in second. The sheep in second is one that, like I said, I like his front end design. I like his length of skeleton. I like the way this sheep is in his transition. He's really loose in his structure where he takes an easy step off of both ends. I just want to make him a little wider and give him a little more stoutness from that last rib back. He narrows up just a little bit at his pins, not quite the width when you get behind him from stifle to stifle. Sheep that I just like to power up a little there to go with the other traits. But this is a really nice lamb, especially out on the profile. Our third place lamb is one that just gives up too much power as well. He especially through the lower third of his skeleton, he just needs more depth to that muscle to go with a big firm top. He's got some width down his top, and his handles fresh and firm, and he's good in his set to his shoulder, but he just needs more power as you get down under that lower third. The opposite can be said about the next one. You could switch these two easy. This one here's got a lot of power to him. He gets a little coarser on that front end, not a little softer to the touch than the one just above him. On the move, I'd like to see him a little bit better in the way he handles himself as well, but I like the power in him. He's wide made in his skeleton. He's big in his top. He's got some stifle to him, a nice sheep in fourth. Fifth place is one that's hard handling. It's got some firmness to its touch and some look when you get out beside. It gets a touch deeper through that front, not quite as good in that rib set. Gets a little tighter through that rib compared to what we got just above it in the class. And another reason this lamb sits down a little, and I had it earlier a little higher, is it's just a little rawer today down its top. Doesn't handle with the freshness and width of loin. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
At this time, we are ready to bring in Class 9. Class 9 in the ring. These lambs weigh 133 to 135. Class 9 in the ring. Results of Class 7, blackface crossbred market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Caden Johnson. Second place was Isa Freehoff. Third, Kendrick Herr. Fourth place exhibitor, Morgan Tallman. Fifth, Skylar Sheets. Sixth place, Ainsley Botkin. 7th, Colin Downing. 8th place exhibitor, Olivia Hall. 9th, Cooper Mathers. 10th place was Isaac Holowinski. Other exhibitors in the class include Dakota Richards, Cassidy Boyle, and Abigail Baxter. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 7 Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
Another good class here, really close on the top end for me. I'd like to change both of these lambs just a little bit on the front end. I'd like to get them a little more extended and touch more length and up in that front. But both of them past that point get really good. They're good down their tops. They're fresh to the touch. Lots of muscle down their top. They handle themselves good on their feet and legs. I prefer the first place sheep a little more through the front end when you stand up in front of him, the way he comes out of his shoulder down to the ground. I like him when I get beside him far as the way he keeps some fullness out there through that forerib as you get a three-quarter view, the one that's squaring up in his hip. He's just the most complete package structurally. I don't think he's quite as stout muscle-wise. Maybe he's one coming second. He's got probably the firmest touch, probably has the most muscle out here when you get your hands on him. Really a nice power sheep. When you get him on the move, he likes to get downhill just a little more than I'd like for him to. And when you get out in front of him, the set to that shoulder and the way he goes to the ground on the feet turns out just a little bit not quite as correct as the one that we start the class. But this is a nice lamb here in second. Maybe a touch more length than the sheep that we used to win the class. Our third place sheep is the one that really I like. You go all the way back to his hip forward, this sheep wins the class. I like this sheep as far as the way he's made through his front end. He's fresh to the touch. He's got enough muscle for me up over the rack. He's got adequate width of loin. He's not the stoutest loin, but he's got enough. I just like to change his hip. His dock sits a little low, doesn't quite have the levelness of hip, and you can see him as he gets on the move and where that dock sits. If I could change that piece in him, he was the sheep I wanted to use. Our fourth place sheep is one that's got a great look from the side. I could move him up several holes in this class if I didn't get over the top of him. If I just looked at him from here, I like him a lot. You get over the top of him, he gets a little tighter at the top of the blades and then into that forerib. Doesn't have the rack shape of the top three. Doesn't quite have the loin edge going into the hip of what we got in the top of the class, but I like him from the side. Young lady coming next has got a nice sheep here with lots of muscle, depth of the leg. Muscle is really good. He's got some shape in his rack and down his top. Not quite the front end look and design, not quite the balance we got on the front end of the class, but another nice lamb. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Our next class will be our Division II drive, Division II. First place exhibitor from Class 5, Ari Martin, Cass County. From Class 6, first place exhibitor Isaac Thompson of Boone County. And from Class 7, your first place exhibitor Caden Johnson of Boone County. Second place exhibitor, Class 5, Cole Ritter, Hamilton County. From Class 6, second place, Araya Nair, Hendricks County. And from Class 7, your second place exhibitor, Alyssa Fruhoff of St. Joe County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of these first and second place Division II exhibitors.
Well, a nice set in this second division. I really appreciate the quality in first and seconds in each one of these classes. The first class in this division's got two really nice sheep. I use one that's a little bit better, in my opinion, at the base of his shoulder and a little better in his transition from loin to hip when you handle him down the top. Both of these got lots of muscle, a nice pair. We get into this second class. This is a really nice set as well. This first place sheep's pretty special in a lot of ways. I talked about him in the class of being one that's made exceptional through that front end, one that's really attractive made from the profile. When you get over the top of him, the way the blade set allows him to have a really big rack but still neat, and the way it sets into his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. Got plenty of muscle from behind in that particular class. The second place sheep is one I'll give the edge to just a little bit on freshness through that loin edge, but one that's I feel like the most complete package structure included was the one we started the class. Second place, really a long pattern sheep that's big in his loin, big in his hip. A nice sheep that not quite the sheep when you analyze him through that first third of his skeleton and what we got winning the class. In the last class in this division, we got young man sheep that just outpowered our second from the last rib back, big in his loin, big in his hip, one that's got enough width and dimension through his center body. Maybe not quite as neat through that front end as what we got in our second place sheep or some others out here, but a sheep that still runs uphill that's really nice and competitive in the drive. Let's give all these young people another nice hand. We'll name the champion reserve.
And your champion from Division 2, Class 6. Congratulations, Isaac Thompson. And your reserve Division 2 champion, also from Class 6. Congratulations, Araya Nair. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Division 2 exhibitors. We are ready for Class 10. Class 10, blackface crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 136 to 138. Class 10, in the ring, please.
My name is Linda Barnett, and I am the superintendent of all goats except dairy and Cindy's assistant here. This year, I hope you all know that the theme of our fair is the state that grew the game. I don't know about you, but basketball means a lot to me. I got to coach for 32 years and play in college, so it was wonderful. Over on our far wall, we have a state of Indiana with all the counties. If you played basketball or coached basketball in elementary, junior high, high school, college, professional, we'd like for you to put a dot in your county if you played. The dots are over there. So let's show them at the sheep barn we can grow basketball too. So thank you.
Results of Class 9. Class 9, blackface crossbred market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Hayden Feltner. Second place, Caroline Sullivan. The third was exhibitor Bailey Slayton. Fourth, Jack Hulselbeck. Fifth place exhibitor, Haley Nelson. Sixth, Alexa Bratton. Seventh place was Ethan Miller. 8, Evan Grinstead. Ninth place was exhibitor Dana Gardner. 10th was Mary Griffiths. Other exhibitors in the class include Tanner Overmeyer, Mariah Davidson, Hayden Smokel, Christian Stockberger, and Emma Woodall. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 9 Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors. First call, Class 11. Class 11 Blackface Market Lambs, this is your first call to the makeup ring, please. Class 11.
with some really nice lambs in this class here. Competition gets good. These top three, really a nice sheep. I think the most complete, once again, goes to the young man's weather lamb, one that has got a really good top line in him, handles right today. He's firm, but he's fresh. One that's got some width up over the top of the rib and has a little more width up over the rump and through that stifle. He's a little wider and thicker handling than what we have in the ewe lamb coming second. I will give a little bit of nod to the one coming in second when you get out beside her and the way she's made, depth through that forerib and the look she gives from that first third of her skeleton is exceptional. But I think the most complete package with power and look comes to our class winner. Second place, like I said, needs just a little more width over the top of the hip and a little more width through that stifle to compete with the class winner, but a really nice one. Our third place is one that's got power, nice touch, big rack, lots of loin and hip, lots of muscle in this one. Gets a little bit deeper through the base of his neck and down through that shoulder. When you see him out here on the move, he's not quite as nice as the top two in the first third of his skeleton, but carcass traits, stoutness and bone work. This is a really nice sheep in a tough class here in this third place lamb. Fourth place, another one, super powerful, lots of width, handles really hard, got it, but still fresh to the touch, big up over the top of the rib, a little round on both ends, if you will. He's got a little more base with that shoulder and gets out a little bit and a little rounder in its shape. And if you look at his hip and rump, the way he handles himself, he rounds off just a little more there. But a powerful sheep with one of the thicker sheep that we've seen in the ring today. A nice lamb here. Fifth place, one that's got some look to him. The top of his shoulders right, his neck's good. He's got some levelness and squareness to that hip. Got good feet and legs under him. Just runs out a little bit of power to this top end of this class, especially through that from that last rib back through the hind saddle. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 11. Class 11 blackface crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 139 to 141. Class 11 in the ring, please. Results of Class 10 blackface crossbred market lambs. First place and congratulations, Colton Kephart. Second place, Kennedy Mitchell. Third, Annika Hamilton. Fourth place, Brooklyn Moore. Fifth place exhibitor, Cash Holmes. 6, Hannah Bridges. 7, Corbin Gardner. 8th place was Addison Leaders. 9, Dalton Fetter. 10th place was Kelsey Strange. And 11th was Brady Kessler. Once again, congratulations to those Class 10 blackface crossbred market lamb exhibitors.
Well, a really nice set of sheep in this class. Top pair are really nice, and they're not necessarily the same kind. I'll tell you, they're made just a little bit different, but I think both of them belong up here in the top pair. It gets close when you. It just kind of depends on a little bit of personal preference. I like this first place sheep's big rib, big top, one that's really wide and level going out to his dock. It's got lots of width from stifle to stifle and good bone work underneath him. On the move, he's not quite as tall fronted, not quite as up fronted and long necked as the one coming second when they're out on the move. But when you get them on the stop and when they kind of handle themselves out here in the ring, he has a tendency to kind of be a little stouter down his top line and keeps himself together structurally a little better, in my opinion, than the one coming second. One coming second is exceptional in some pieces, and I really appreciate that. He runs uphill. He's got a nice front end of this sheep that's got the angle of the shoulder that's right, that got a lot of things that starts out in the first third of his skeleton extremely tough. He likes to kind of get lazy down his top line, and he doesn't quite measure with the length of rump or the levelness of hip at times of what we see in our class winner, but that is a really nice sheep going out in second. Third place is one that's big top, up fronted, really good touch, doesn't have enough power through the lower third, kind of runs out just a little bit compared to the top two, but another sheep that I like the lines and the way it runs uphill and the way it handles to the touch. It's got a better loin, a better top line than the one coming next. The one coming next maybe has a little more lower third, no doubt, to his stifle. One that's got a good picture from the side. Just need to freshen up the top and give a little more shape as I compare to the top three in this class. We get in the young man's sheep coming next is a long profiling sheep that's big in his rack. Gets a little deeper fronted than what we got in the ones just ahead of him in this class. I'd like to see him a little stouter when I get behind him compared to the one just ahead of him today. But a nice lamb. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 13. Class 13, blackface crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 142 to 144. Class 13 in the ring. Results of Class 11. Class 11, first place and congratulations, Bryce Hofing. Second place exhibitor, Gabriella Rout. Third, Kelby Roberts. Fourth place exhibitor, Adeline Slick. Fifth, Jake Jordan. Sixth place exhibitor, Hadley Hill. Seventh, Brianna Farrell. Eighth, Kaylee Markley. Ninth place exhibitor, Troy Cutter. 10th, Riley Sweden. Other exhibitors in the class include Cassidy Boyle and Jadelyn Phillips. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 11 blackface crossbred market lamb exhibitors.
Another nice class. We're going to start the class with one that kind of, in my opinion, separates himself just a little. Listen here. It's got a lot of the pieces right, in my opinion. I like the way he's structured. His front end, first third of his skeleton's really, really nice, and he comes with a kind of body shape that you appreciate. He's good on his feet and legs. He's got a length and extension. He's got enough muscle to balance out to that skeleton really well. I think a nice lamb to start. Second place is one that gives up a little bit of that length we find in our first place and doesn't quite handle himself as good on his feet and legs. Fights the young lady a little bit on the walk, but he doesn't quite have the power either. When you get right over the top of him, not quite the width over the loin of what we got in our class winner. But I do like the balance. I like the squareness in that hip. I like the way the top of the shoulders made. He's got a lot of good pieces to him in a competitive class. A nice lamb here in second. Third, this was a close call. I like this sheep maybe a little more in his handle down his top, and he's a touch longer bodied, but he likes to get just a little narrow underneath going away from me as I compare it to the sheep that's just ahead of him in the class. Not quite as wide right there at his pin set when you get right behind him as well. But this is a nice lamb that's fresh, got a lot of muscle shape, and he's long in his pattern. Our next lamb is similar for his length, maybe not quite as long, but close. He's long enough for sure. Not quite the front end. He gets a little bit coarser out through that front. When you see him on the move, it shows up a little more than once you got him set, but this one is, could be a little better in that front end. We could probably swap these two. Nice sheep with lots of muscle. Young lady coming next is beginning to cover a little more over the rib than I prefer. He's really a thick-made sheep, a lot of muscle in him, but he gets a little heavier in his condition, a little heavier fronted as I compare him to the very front of the class, and not quite as lean as the one just ahead of him when you compare fourth and fifth. But a nice set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be our Division III drive. First place exhibitor from Class 9, Hayden Feltner, Greene County. From Class 10, first place exhibitor Colton Kephart of Johnson County. And from Class 11, your first place exhibitor Bryce Hofing of Hendricks County. Second place exhibitor Class 9, Caroline Sullivan, Hancock County. From Class 10, second place exhibitor Kennedy Mitchell of Park County. And from Class 11, second place exhibitor Gabriella Rout of Clinton County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give these Division III first and second place exhibitors a big round of applause. Once again, we'd certainly like to give a tip of the hat to Edge Livestock and Club Lambs, Doug Edge and family from Pendleton, Indiana. They are your Division III Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb show sponsors. Award sponsors, Edge Livestock and Club Lambs, Doug Edge and family from Pendleton. Thank you so very much for your generosity in sponsoring our Division III awards.
Well, a really nice set of lambs in this division. Our first class in this division, two really nice sheep that's got some balance and some width, the skeleton to them. I use one that's a touch nicer up through the front, in my opinion, and handles with a little better rump shape. One that's got a little touch longer going from his hip to his dock. hip bone to his dock, and one that I like the balance of. He could be a little taller front end, a little more extended, and you see him on the move, but this is a nice lamb. Second place, a touch more overall muscle, maybe shape. Structurally, just not quite as correct out through that front as we stated earlier, but a nice lamb here. In our middle class, I like this sheep a lot that we wins this class. He's got balance, he's got muscle, he's really fresh to the touch with the right kind of handle, one that's smooth in his shoulder, one that got enough bone work underneath and handles his feet and legs really well. A nice sheep to start the class. Second place, not quite the stoutness through that center lower third of his stifle, but this ewe lamb is probably even more attractive through the first third of her skeleton. Really, really nice with a big rack and a nice wide loin edge to her. This was a nice pair. We get in the last class in this division. This was I said maybe not the same kinds, but two really good sheep. This sheep that wins, I think he holds himself together structurally a little better at times than the one coming in second. I like him from the hip to the dock set just a hair better when I get out beside him. One that's got plenty of width up over the rib. Maybe not quite the loin-hip connection we see in this contest here. If you're going to change him a little bit there and out at his shoulder just a hair, you give the shoulder edge to the one that's in second. Really tall front end, a little better in that shoulder. Good in its body shape. Gets a little bit easy down his top, and like we talked about, not quite the look going back to the dock today. But a really nice set. That's the way I see them today. Let's give all these young people a nice hand. We'll name you champion reserve.
And your Division III champion from Class 10, congratulations, Colton Kephart, Johnson County. And your reserve Division III champion from Class 11, congratulations, Bryce Hofing of Hendricks County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Division III exhibitors. Our next class will be Class 14. Class 14, blackface crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 145 to 151. Class 14, in the ring, please. Results of Class 13. Class 13. First place, and congratulations, Zachary Tressler. Second place was exhibitor Tinsley Bruzall. Third, Adriana Martin. Fourth, Bristol Buckland. Fifth place, Caleb Freed. Sixth, Jax Hockenberry. Seventh, Kirsten Haynes. Eighth place exhibitor, Lainey Schlickmeyer. Ninth was Marin Sprinkle. 10th place was Lakota Todd. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 13 blackface crossbred market lamb exhibitors.
really close pair on the top. I'm going to use one that's no doubt the most powerful sheep of the two, one that's really pulled apart and blowed apart through his center rib and handles with a big rack shape, wide at his loin, big in his hip. You can see the depth of his muscle, that lower twist and stifle. One that if you're going to be critical of, it's in the first third of his skeleton. He's a little bit coarser there than the one coming second. I'd like to see him a little neater up there. But from the shoulder back, he just really handles well with a lot of power, and I think just too much product for the second one to handle today. Our second place sheep is the one I do prefer when I get out here on the profile as far as the way he's made up through his front end. He's an attractive made sheep that's got a nice set to his shoulder. Center body shape looks good. Got enough bone work underneath him. When you get over the top and handle him, the sheep starts with a nice rack shape, but he kind of plays out through his loin, doesn't quite have the stoutness through that loin and through that lower stifle what we got in the class winner. Hind saddle, I give the edge to the class winner today. Our third and fourth are really close. I'm going to use one that's just a little longer in his top line and maybe a notch better at the top of his shoulder and where his neck comes out. I like where his neck comes out a little bit higher out of the top of his blades. One that's long-bodied and got a good fresh touch. Not quite enough power to get up here and play with the first two, but I like the freshness in the amount of muscle that he has. I like especially the next set over the one coming next. One coming next has got a good body shape to it and handles firm with a nice wide loin edge. Yeah, like I said, I'd like to change the way he's designed through his front a little bit and give him a notch more length to go with the elevation that he has to help him balance out just a notch better. I could move this next lamb up some in the class for if he just handled a little better through his loin. He's a little raw today. The loin edge sets down, doesn't handle quite well enough to move up, but I like the way he's made through his rib. He's big in his rack. He's level and wide in his hip. A nice sheep here in fifth. Good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 15. Class 15, blackface crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 153 to 180. Class 15 in the ring. Results of Class 14 blackface crossbred market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Cheney Tennant. Second place, Riley McGee. Third, Gabrielle Ball. Fourth place was Caden Sparks. Fifth, Kipton Ott. Sixth place was Caden Gutwine. Seventh, Braden Stone. Eighth, Grace Kretschner. Ninth place was Jonathan McMillan. 10th, Hatley Smoke. And 11th was Bree Brannon. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 14 blackface crossbred market lamb exhibitors. Class 17, this is your first call. First call to the makeup
What a nice set in this class as well. The class winner, I really like the way this sheep is made, very attractive made, tall-fronted, smooth-shouldered, really got a nice touch and freshness down the top line as well. Level going out to the dock, good on its feet and legs, takes a big step off of either end. A sheep that I think has enough muscle for his frame to really balance out well. A nice class winner. Second place, maybe not quite the loin edge of what we got in our class winner, not quite the set to the shoulder, but close. I like the sheep on the move. He really moves attractive around the ring with a good step off of either end. He's got some rack shape and some rib width to him. Not quite as good through his loin, as I stated, not quite as good through the front, but he follows in kind and look and balance, and especially in motion with the sheep that we use to start the class. Third place is probably a little more powerful than the sheep just ahead of it, especially through the loin. I like the width and the power this sheep has down his top, one that's really thick up over that loin and handles himself with some thickness from behind as well. Gets a little heavier through the front, not quite as good up through that breastplate and up through that shoulder or base of the shoulder. When you see those three out moving, he takes just a touch shorter step as well. I'd like to change him just a little bit on the move and change his front end to go with the power that he has, but he's a really powerful sheep that's fun to handle. We get into the next young man's sheep that's tall-fronted. He's closer to the top two in this class when you get out beside him, just a little weaker when you get your hands on him. He doesn't handle with the loin, doesn't handle with that top that we have in the top of the class. I'd like to see him handle his back feet and through the hock just a little bit better at times as well, but I like the look he got on the side. Young lady coming next has got a long-bodied sheep that's got some width down his top. I like to get the neck out of the top of the blades a little better, get him just a little bit better through the hock from the side when you watch him move about, but a sheep that's fresh to the touch with some muscle, a nice lamb here. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 17. Class 17, whiteface crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 56 to 127. Class 17 in the ring. Results of Class 15. Class 15, blackface crossbred market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Gabrielle Rout. Second place, Adeline Slick. Third, Bailey Tracy. Fourth place exhibitor, Landon Bruley. Fifth, Caroline Rodeball. Sixth place, Kendall Rosine. 7, Cora Burns. 8, Braden Buys. 9th, Cheyenne Charlie. 10th place was Roland Smoke. 11th, Eva Beckner. 12th, Claire Lynette. And 13th was Zoe Chimmel. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 15 blackface crossbred market lamb exhibitors. There is a Dodge Charger parked right out here on the south side of the building. It's got North Carolina plates on it. If you would like to try to find your car somewhere on the fairgrounds, I'd go move it and park it where you know it's at, because if not, there's going to be a tow truck come and get it, and then it's going to be, where am I, Charlie? Because they're going to move it, and who knows where they're going to put it. Dodge Charger, parked right out here on the south side of the Elements Financial Blue Ribbon Pavilion, North Carolina plates. I would strongly urge you to relocate that car. Second call, Class 18. Class 18, white-faced crossbred market lambs. This is your second call to the makeup ring, please. Class 18, second call. Also, for those of you around ringside that maybe joined us a little late, I'd like to introduce our market lamb judge. Please meet Mr. Marvin Enzer. Marvin and his wife Karen reside in San Angelo, Texas. He recently retired from Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service. He was a county extension agent for more than 20 years and then served as a program director for agriculture until his retirement. He currently enjoys spending time with his family, raising show lambs for the grandkids, and operating a small commercial sheep operation. Marvin's been a strong advocate for youth livestock program. He is currently on the executive committee for the Texas Sheep and Goat Validation Program and has served as a superintendent at major shows in Texas. Marvin is certainly no stranger to the show ring. He has judged regional, state, and national livestock shows across the United States. He's judged market lambs at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, North American International Livestock Expedition, the National Western Stock Show, the American Royal, Fort Worth, and San Angelo, and many, many other major shows and state fairs. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give a warm Hoosier welcome to Mr. Marvin Enzer. Following Class 18. Then once we get our Division
Well, it's an interesting class. There's sheep that are kind of different in their kind, that's different in their condition and cover today. A lot of differences in breeds, and it just made it a really interesting class. I'm going to start with the young lady's sheep that does some things really well, and a couple things I'd like to change on the lamb, but he's the widest top, biggest hip sheep that's got some width from the ground up. Really, really fresh to the touch. In fact, I'd like to lean him up just a little. He's carrying just a touch more than I'd prefer, but a sheep that I think the width that he has over the rump and down through that center of his body, he belongs up here in the front. Now on the walk, he's a lot better on the move than the one coming second. As far as carcass traits, I'll give the nod to the one in second for sure. The one in second place is the sheep that you just really love to put your hands on, big rack, really fresh, got a nice shape from behind, really lean in his condition, but he gets a little tighter in his flank. He gets his top up, and he gets real choppy on the move, on being able to walk off of either end like I'd like for him to. I'd like to change those pieces structurally to go with the great carcass traits that this one has here. I really like the way he handles today. Third is one that's not quite as good in his top line as what we got in the first two. I'd like to see a little more shape right over the top of the rib. He's got some width through his rib, just doesn't quite handle with the muscle shape over the top of that of what we see in these two up ahead of him. Not quite the loin edge, but this sheep is wide in his skeleton, got some width from behind, definitely the top end of the class sheep that could rotate depending on personal preferences. The next two are both really attractive made sheep that got up here on their structure and design. This speckled sheep is one that's just a notch better in his rump and a little more shaped up over his top than the one coming in fifth, but he needs a little more width through his rib and a little more total product to get up here in the top three. The young lady coming next has got one I like from the hip forward pretty well. He just needs more time and more width as well. He gets a little narrow, especially through that hind saddle as I compare him to those just above. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 18. Class 18 white-faced crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 129 to 135. Class 18 in the ring. Results of Class 17. Class 17 white-faced crossbred market lambs. First place, and congratulations, TJ Rice. Second place is Bryson Shepard. Third, Owen Kaiser. Fourth place exhibitor, Clay Haddon. Fifth was Bailey Haddon. Sixth place, Audrey Sweden. 7, Owen Kaiser. Eighth place was Audrey Sweden. Ninth, Jansen Lehman. Janessa Lehman, sorry about that. 10th place was Isabella Spence. Other exhibitors include Kelsey Strange, Braden Stone, and Braden Stone. Once again, congratulations to those Class 17 white-faced crossbred market lamb exhibitors. For those of you around ringside, you will notice our ladies in black. These ladies represent Lindsay Hanowich Photography. Lindsay is the State Fair official photographer. Her and her crew are in all the barns to capture those special show ring moments or that perfect backdrop photo. We'd certainly encourage you to go to the website to see and buy those photos. That website address is lindsayhanowichphotography.com. Once again, that website is lindsayhanowichphotography.com.
Well, nice set here. The top pair gets pretty close. They're not exactly the same kind, but they're really high quality, both of these sheep. I'm going to use the one that I think I prefer structurally, just a little over the one in second. He's a little neater through his front, a little taller in his front end, nice up in his chest floor, and he's got good lines from the side. I like how deep flanked he is and level hipped, and one that takes a great picture from the side. He's really fresh to the touch, got good muscle shape. Not quite as powerful as one coming in second for just raw width through that loin and through the lower stifle. But I think the most complete package of muscle and structure, one that's really, really nice. Second place gets just a touch coarser through the front than the one that we used today, but he comes right behind that with lots of muscle. I think I prefer this one for his loin. He's really good in his loin. He's got a big rib and rack shape as well. Rolls just a little bit in his rump, not quite as level going out to the dock as the sheep we use, but I'm picking on a good one here. There's a nice second place sheep. Third one is one that's not quite as good right when you get over the top of him is the one that I used in second, but he's close. He's similar in that way, but I like to see a different angle up there in his front end and his shoulder. He gets just a little bit straighter through that shoulder, not quite as good there as what we got in the second place sheep, but he is taller fronted. I like the tall front and the way he handles up over his rack. These top three kind of sorted themselves out early and stayed up here in that front end through this class. Fourth place gets a touch deeper front ribbed, not quite as attractive on the profile as the top three in this class, but he's really fresh to the touch. He's long-bodied. He's got nice shape down his top. I think a sheep that belongs up here in the front end with this kind of length of rump and length of body with the kind of muscle he's got. Just like to change him, want to get up beside him, balance him out, and get him a little better through that front end. Young man coming next, he's got one that's a touch leaner and a little firmer than the one just ahead of him, but not quite the loin edge. Gets a little narrow there compared to the top of the class. Rolls just a little bit in his rump as well, but I like the tall front, the firm touch, and got some rack shape in him as well. Good set. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Once we get our blackface overall champion, we'll take just a couple minutes. I can relate. All right, exhibitors, we are ready for that Division 4 blackface crossbred drive. Oh, really? All right, at this time, we are ready for our Division 4 drive. First place exhibitor from Class 13, Zachary Tressler, Rush County. From Class 14, first place, Cheney Tennant, Wabash County. From Class 15, Gabriella Rout of Clinton County. Second place exhibitor, Class 13, which is not present, is Tinsley Bruzall of Decatur County. From Class 14, your second place exhibitor, Riley McGee, Tippecanoe County. And from Class 15, your second place exhibitor, Adeline Slick of Wayne County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Division 4 exhibitors.
Well, really nice set of lambs come out of this division as well. The first class in this division, I said at the time, the class winner kind of separated himself a little bit. He's a really nice sheep. Great balance, got good length. He runs uphill at the top of the shoulder, but he comes out with width right through that forerib. You like him from the profile. You like him when you get behind him. He's got enough muscle to go to his skeleton to really balance out well. He's not maybe as thick a made sheep or handling sheep as some of the heavier lambs, but he's close. He's as much as he needs to be for his frame that he's at. I think a very competitive sheep. Our second place in this class is one that's long-bodied, that's got shape. Gets a little narrow at the ground going away from me. I'd like to see this one naturally a little wider made on the move and not quite the front end and the power that we see in this sheep that wins today. In the middle class, this was an interesting class. I used one here that's super powerful. From the shoulder back, he handles with any of them out here in the drive for his width, muscle shape, depth of muscle from behind, just a powerful sheep. Gets a little rounder, coarser at the base of the shoulder, not quite the front end look that we need, that we find in the ones on either side of him, but you have to appreciate this sheep for the power he has, and he belongs where he's at in this class, in my opinion. Our second place is one that maybe is a little more fun to look at when you get out beside him. I like the way he's made through his shoulder a little better. He takes a better picture through that first third of his skeleton. One that's long pattern, level hip, just doesn't quite have the loin edge and enough muscle to go with that to get around this sheep that I use today when I get over the top of him. The last class in this division, two nice lambs, both of them attractive on the move, take big steps off of either end, run uphill. Both of them got muscle and shape up over the rack. I like this first place. He handles with just a lot more shape for his width up over the rib and loin is really good. He's tall fronted, got good bone work underneath him, a nice sheep that's really competitive in this drive as well. Second place, I'd like to see him a little better in his hip loin. He likes that transition's not quite as good as what we got in the sheep ahead of him, but he is made up right up to the top of that shoulder and got some muscle when you get behind him. So a really good set. I think, as you can tell, I always try to whittle it down to the most complete package for me. I think it all starts out with that structure and balance, and then it's a market situation. You got to have muscle, and it's got to be in the right kind of condition. And so all those pieces we've been talking about are what's important in this drive as well. Let's give all these young people a nice hand. We'll name you champion reserve.
And your Division 4 champion from Class 13, congratulations, Zach Tressler, Rush County. And your reserve champion, Division 4 from Class 15, congratulations, Gabrielle Rout. And now we are ready to select your overall champion, Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb. Your Division 1 champion, Isaac Thompson of Boone County. Division 2 champion, also exhibited by Isaac Thompson. Division 3 champion, Colton Kephart of Johnson County. And once again, your Division 4 champion, Zach Tressler of Rush County. Reserve Division 1 champion, Caden Johnson, Boone County. Reserve champion Division 2, Araya Nair, Hendricks County. Division 3 reserve champion, Bryce Hofing, Hendricks County. And Division 4 reserve champion, Gabrielle Rout of Clinton County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these division champion and reserve champion exhibitors.
Well, this breed has been a really, really good set of sheep in each one of these divisions. So we start with our lightweight division. The Champion Reserve are both really good balanced sheep. There's a lot of muscle. I went with one that's just a little better in his front design to me, and down through his chest and up at the top of his shoulder. But both of these square up with lots of power, lots of muscle, and handles themselves good on the move. In our second division, these come out of the same class. I thought they were pretty close in that class. I used one that is really good through his front end, probably one of my favorite sheep out here in the first third of his skeleton. A little bit greener, a little rawer today, not quite as fresh over the loin as some of these others, but this is a really nice sheep. A lot of quality in this one here with plenty of muscle when you get behind him. The reserve in that division, the tall-fronted, long-bodied sheep, not quite the front end of the sheep that wins this class, but big in his loin, wide in his hip, a nice sheep here for reserve in that division. Third division, we have two that are really nice as well. I think these sheep all have a lot of similarities to them when you get out here as far as being stout enough made and got the kind of neck on top of the shoulder and some things that you really like. I find this sheep that we will use to win just to be really fun to handle today. He's got a great top line that handles right. He's fresh, the edges are up on that loin, and he's got enough depth of muscle. There's sheep out here that may be a notch thicker from stifle to stifle, but when you look at the amount of muscle balances to the skeleton, this is a really nice champion in that division. Second, not quite as good in his front end. He gets a little bolder and rounder out his front, not quite as good in that hip-loin connection as what we got in our champion, but big rib, big top, lots of muscle from behind, and once again, plenty of bone. Last division, this was tough for me. I went back and forth and went both directions. In my mind, you could justify going either way. There's small differences. I find the one I use to be a little more hitting the spot on balance when I get out beside him. He's a little more dense in his skeleton, allows him to kind of have the look when I get out here that I like. He's really round in his body. One that's made with this kind of width through his body and all. He's still neat at the top of his shoulder, plenty of volume of muscle. He's not quite as firm to handle. I'll tell you, the reserve in that division is great, and it's handled down his top. I love the way he handles and the amount of muscle he's got up there. He's a little more elevated, and at times, I just like to see him carry that neck over the top of his blade just a hair better when I get out here beside him. But this is he's a really good one. This has been a fun breed for me and a challenging breed for me at this point, because there's several you could justify going to. I think for me, and I'll just keep the mic and tell you, I think it comes down to two. I think you could go to all the way to the second division and justify looking at this one a lot. To me, he's not quite there today. He needs a little more freshness over his loin. This is a great sheep. They just run out of days to get here, in my opinion. When you compare him to the next two, he gives up a little bit when you get out here at this point down the top. When you get to these two here, it's really, really close. I already bragged on this third division being the one that handles the best out of this group. Really great to the touch, fresh, but got a firm handle to him. He's maybe not quite as round-bodied and up in the chest as the one coming in that heavy deal, but he handles better for his touch, and I think he's got a touch more shape down his top. We're going to use the third division to win it. And I think when you do that, we've already talked about the reserve in there, a really nice lamb, but he doesn't have the front end and some of the pieces our heavy has, and he'll be your reserve.
And your overall blackface crossbred market lamb champion from Division 3, congratulations, Colton Kephart, Johnson County. And your reserve overall champion from Division 4, congratulations, Zach Tressler of Rush County. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our blackface crossbred market lamb exhibitors. Class 19 exhibitors, give us just a moment. We're going to give our judge just a couple minutes, and then we'll be ready for Class 19. Results of Class 18. Class 18 Whiteface Crossbred Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Kennedy Mitchell. Second place exhibitor, Riley McGee. Third, Bryn Lordy. Fourth place was Caitlin McMillan. Fifth, Owen Grinstead. Sixth place exhibitor, Thomas Hogan. Seventh, Hadley Hill. Eighth, Braylon Doyle. Ninth place exhibitor, Brianna Farrell. 10th, Paige Kreitzer. Other exhibitors in the class include Haley Holbrook, Savannah Roberts, and Rylan Huntsman. Once again, congratulations to those Class 18 Whiteface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors. We'd also certainly like to thank our award sponsors in our Blackface Crossbred Drive. Your Division 4 sponsor, your Division 4 award sponsor, Edge Livestock and Club Lambs. Doug Edge and your family from Pendleton, Indiana, thank you so very much for your generosity in sponsoring our awards in our Division 4 Blackface Crossbred Drive. Aren't you cute? Ellie, you are a doll. And your overall Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb sponsor, Feller Club Lambs, Dennis and Melanie Feller and family from Melton, Indiana. And your reserve overall Blackface Crossbred Award, Brett Bechtold and family from North Manchester. Once again, Feller Club Lambs, Brett Bechtold and your family, thank you so very much for your generosity in sponsoring our overall and reserve overall Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb Awards. We are now ready for Class 19. Class 19, Whiteface Crossbred Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 138 to 159. Class 19 in the ring. Once again, we'd certainly like to draw your attention to our Celebration of Champion sponsors. Those banners are located around the ring. Those sponsors include Umbarger Show Feeds, RSG Genetics, Dr. Tad Thompson, the place to get your sheep, your stud rams collected, AI and embryo transfer work. Willoughby Sales, WLivestock.com, that needs no introduction. Everybody in the sheep industry knows Willoughby Sales and WLivestock.com. Reiki Club Lambs, Dean and Jody Reiki, up in Villa, up in that neck of the woods. Smith Showstock, we got Mattingly Club Lambs. Willoughby Showstock, Edge Livestock and Club Lambs, they were the sponsor of your Blackface Crossbred Division Champion Awards. Slack Club Lambs up in North Manchester. Farmers National Company. SDF, Silver Dollar Farms, once again that's Dr. Tad Thompson and his family. Achieve Showman Clinic. Tori Warren, you need that place to go to get yours separated from your other showmanship competitors. Tori does an outstanding job putting on showmanship clinics. Wilson, Southdown and Goats up in New Carlisle. And once again, we've got the Hall Polo Club. Folks, as you're walking around the Elements Financial Blue Ribbon Pavilion, you run across some of these people. Stick your hand out, shake their hand, and thank them. They play an extremely important role in helping us put on the Celebration of Champions. Class 20, Class 20. Border Cheviot Market Lambs, we need you ringside and ready, please. Class 20, ringside and ready, please.
This class across is a nice set. I think the lamb I like to start the class with is the one that, once again, I think checks most of the boxes. I like to see him a little leaner. He's not at a range and condition that concerns me so much. I need to move him down, but he is a touch softer over the rib than I'd prefer. But this sheep is the one that runs uphill, big in his rib, wide in his top, square going out the dock, got some depth to muscle from behind, good foot size and bone work underneath. He's a nice lamb, attractive sheep from the side, a good one to start the class with. Second and third get pretty close. Neither one quite has the power of a class winner when you get behind them. I use the sheep second here that's just a little bit better through the center rib and a little more depth to that stifle when you get behind it, giving up a little bit of length to the one on either side, but I like the balance still he has from the side. A fresh touch, plenty of muscle to get up to this spot. Third place I had worked up for a while. The sheep is one that at times hits me to move up a notch. He's good at the top of his shoulder. He's got some handle in his top. He just gives up a little bit of width through his loin, and he likes to get a little close from behind. His muscle shape is a little shorter going down toward that shank and that leg of what we have compared to the two up above. Young man coming next is a little bit rawer sheep that's got some muscle and the leanest sheep of this top end, and I do appreciate that. Gets a little coarser at the shoulder, not quite as good in the way he ties together on the move, those up above, but got enough muscle and length to play up in the top end. And the young lady coming next, a long-bodied sheep that's very fresh to the touch, just a little bit flatter in the stifle than what we got up above. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 20. Class 20, Border Cheviot Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 94 to 152. Class 20 in the ring. Results of Class 19. Class 19, white-faced crossbred market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Caitlin Hockmeyer. Second place was Jacelyn Whitmire. Third, Caroline Sullivan. Fourth place is Carter Bills. Fifth, Danavi Scheller. Sixth place is Nida Lech. Seventh, Carson King. Eighth place exhibitor Mark Alvey Gerritsen. Ninth, Maisie Stoltling. 10th place was Hadley Parker. Other exhibitors in the class include Zoe Chimel, Emma Woodall, Hannah Woodall, and Hadley Hutchinson. Once again, congratulations to those Class 19 Whiteface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
In our Border Cheviots, our champion's going to be this young man's sheep up here that it's just the sheep that's bolder in his rib, that's wider made up over his loin, that's got good length in his rump. He's got attractive lines, and yet he's still got some width and dimension through the center of his body. A nice lamb to be our champion of this breed. It gets close for reserve. I'm going to use one that's just a little bit better right up over the top of the rib and the way it's shaped through that rib area. Good body shape in this reserve champion. One that's got some freshness to its top and loin. Got a little more shape up over the top of that rib and rack area than the lamb coming next. It gives up a little bit maybe for his total dimension and volume to this third. This third is one that you have to appreciate when you get behind him. He's a little bit wider made through the center of his skeleton. He's got enough width through his loin, but he kind of hollows out. He doesn't have quite the handle coming out of the blades over the top of his rib that we have in our reserve champion today. But I do appreciate the width he has, like I said, through the center of his skeleton, and enough width from behind to run up here in this third. Fourth is one that's very attractive, maybe better in his lines than the sheep just ahead of him when you get beside him. When you get behind him, he just narrows up a little too much for me in his rump, and especially right there at his dock or pin set. I'd like to put a little more width there. We could easily move this one up an attractive sheep. And our fifth place sheep is one that's got some shape to its body and rib again. Not quite the look from the side and the balance we have in the lamb just above it in the class, but a nice sheep as well. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be your whiteface crossbred champion and reserve champion drive. First place exhibitor from class 17, TJ Rice, Owen County. From class 18, your first place exhibitor, Kennedy Mitchell of Park County. From class 19, first place exhibitor, Caitlin Hockmeyer of Allen County. Second place exhibitors, class 17, Bryson Shepard, Kosciuszko County. From class 18, second place exhibitor, Riley McGee, Tippecanoe County. And from class 19, your second place exhibitor, Jacelyn Whitmire of Clark County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place whiteface crossbred market lamb exhibitors.
The whiteface cross is our lightweight class here. We got one that's really got a nice thick hip and top to him, really big up over the top of his rib. One that's got enough bone work underneath. I'd like to change him a little in his front end. He gets a little shorter neck and a little heavier in his front look at times, and I'd like to give him a little more extension and look up there. But this one has the width of the skeleton and the width of top and stoutness to run up here to the front of this class. He's better on the move than the one in second. The one in second I really like as far as his carcass traits. He's really lean, lots of muscle shape. Gets a little high in his top and a little short off of both ends in his step, and not quite the structure that we need to move him up another notch, but both of these are high quality crosses in that class. In this next class, I really thought the class winner here was one that hit me as a balance sheep, a show sheep when you get out beside him. Good in his front end design and shoulder. He's fresh to the touch with some width down his top and hip. One that's got enough depth of twist and leg for me with enough bone work underneath. He just checks a lot of boxes for me. I don't think he's quite as powerful, maybe if you want to just talk about raw muscle, is the one that's second behind him. But I like his completeness, especially his structure. Our second place, really powerful. He's probably the most powerful for his muscle handling sheep in the drive. One that's big in his rack and loin, got some thickness through his stifle. One that gets just a touch coarser out through his shoulder, maybe rounds off a little bit in his hip compared to the one that wins the class, but I appreciate the stoutness underneath, the muscle and carcass traits. It's a good sheep. We get into the last class. I use one that is tall fronted, that's big top, that's wide made through his hip and through the center part of his leg. One that's got a lot of things you got to appreciate when you get off and look at him. He maybe not quite as neat up through his front end as the winner that's just in the last class ahead of him. But for this weight, he's pretty good there, and he's good in his shoulder set. The thing that bothers me on this sheep is he's beginning to push me on fat cover a little bit. I wish he was leaner in that regard, something I'll have to consider as we go forward. In our second place in that class, gives up a lot of volume and muscle to him, but still got some structural correctness, a little bit leaner. I like the shoulder set in him as well. A nice balanced sheep here in second. That's the way I see them today. Let's give all these young people a nice hand. We'll name you champion reserve.
Your champion, Whiteface Crossbred Market Lamb from Class 18. Congratulations, Kennedy Mitchell, Park County. And your reserve champion, Whiteface Crossbred Market Lamb, also from Class 18. Congratulations, Riley McGee of Tippecanoe County. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Whiteface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors. Our next class will be Class 21. Class 21, North Country Cheviot Market Lambs. North Country Cheviot Market Lambs, these lambs weigh 92 to 125. Class 21 in the ring. Results of Class 20. Class 20, that's your Border Cheviot Market Lamb class. First place, and congratulations, Kenyon Buckland. Second place, and Kenyon was your champion. So first place and your champion, Border Cheviot Market Lamb exhibitor, Kenyon Buckland. Second place and your reserve champion, Border Cheviot, congratulations, Emily Viger. Third was Bryson Shepard. Fourth place, Lindsay Peterson. Fifth place, Kaylee Markley. And sixth, Macy Peterson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 20 Border Cheviot Market Lamb exhibitors.
our North Country Cheviot class, we have this is a champion reserve up here on the top end, one class of these, and I'm going to use the ewe lamb that's just a little fresher, got a little more width and depth to her loin. One that I prefer a little bit when I get out on the side structurally. I think she's just a little better going back to her dock and a notch better at the base of her shoulder, on top of having that extra freshness and touch going down her top. A nice champion here in this breed. Our reserve is one that I like the body shape. It does have some width out through the center of its body, one that's long and up fronted and got some look. Rolls just a little more in its front maybe than the class winner, and is a little rawer over that loin edge, not quite the width and depth down that top handle is what we got in the one that wins today, but a good reserve as well. When we get into third and fourth, this is a really close pair. I'm going to use one that has a little more width at its pins and at its hip than the one coming in fourth. A little bit raw today, giving up some power and product to the top two, but really an attractive made and designed sheep that's got some width, a skeleton. Fourth in this class is one that's a little better in its condition, a little fresher to the touch, just gets a little narrower when you get your hands on it compared to those three up above. And the fifth place is one that just doesn't have quite the width up over the top of the rib and the handle down that top, a little bit thin today, but another sheep that's underneath got some width of skeleton as well. A good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 22. Class 22 AOB market lambs. These lambs weigh 130 to 165. Class 22 in the ring. Results of Class 21 North Country Cheviot market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Colton Martin. Colton is also your champion, North Country Cheviot market lamb exhibitor. Second place, and your reserve champion, North Country Cheviot. Congratulations, Cole Jester. Third was Kason Shepard. Fourth, Colton Martin. Fifth place was Brock Kessler, and sixth was Brady Kessler. Once again, congratulations to those Class 21 North Country Cheviot market lamb exhibitors.
in this AOB class. I think we're all Columbia sheep. We got three that's very similar in their structure and design, and so there's not a lot of differences in that regard. I think the biggest difference in the champion has a lot more freshness to her handle. She's got more shape and handle to her loin, got more depth to it and freshness up over the top of the rib. A long-bodied sheep that I think carcass quality makes this one the one to use in this class. Second place, a little bit bigger, got a little more total volume to this sheep, wide enough in its rib to be considered in this class, but gets a little bit harder and drier over the loin compared to the one that I used to win the class today. And our third place is one that needs a little more feeding time, a little thin, not quite the freshness down his top of what we got in the top two. Good set. Let's give these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 23. Class 23 Texel market lambs. These lambs weigh 87 to 142. Class 23 in the ring, please. Results of Class 22. Class 22 AOB market lambs. First place and your champion, AOB, congratulations, Tegan Horney. Second place and your reserve champion was also exhibited by Tegan Horney. And third was Trent Horney. Once again, congratulations to all of the AOB market lamb exhibitors.
On our Texel breed, another class that's got a lot of quality and depth to it. For this breed, I think there's a lot of similarities in some of these. I like the sheep I start with. May not be quite as bold through the forerib as our reserve, but this champion has got just a little bit better front end design and got plenty of muscle when you get behind him, wide from stifle to stifle, fresh in his touch. Got a little better touch than the one coming in second. One coming in second, every bit as thick. In fact, I'll give him the nod right behind the blades over the rack. One that's really bold there and got a great handle. Gives up a little bit of length from that last rib back to the one that I used. I prefer that. I think it's not length in that area is not critical in this breed as much as some, but I think it's a total volume thing, and he also got a little bit better touch than the reserve today. Third, gets a little bit heavier in his condition. I think carcass quality is hurt a little bit by his condition that he carries, but this ewe lamb's really bold rib, big top, wide made, got enough bone work underneath. She's a nice market lamb that just got a little bit more condition than what we need to compete with those two we got on top. Number 4 here is one that has plenty of thickness from behind, but gets a little bit shorter, doesn't balance up quite as well from the side. I like to see it just a little more length, especially in that rump. It gets a little shorter in that rump compared to those up above today, but this one is lean enough in its condition and got some muscle shape, belongs in the top 4 of this class. Young lady coming next, one of the smaller frame sheep in the class, but I like the way it's made for its structure and design. I like the way it's made through the center of its body, one that's got enough muscle to get to this point. Just not quite enough of him in this class here to move up any further, but a nice lamb here in 5th. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 24. Class 24 Tunis market lambs. These lambs weigh 108 to 157. Class 24 Tunis market lambs in the ring. Results of your Texel Market Lamb division. First place and your champion, Texel Market Lamb. Congratulations, Lindsay Peterson. Second place and your reserve champion was exhibited by Alexis Cook. Third, Kason Shepard. Fourth place was Alexis Cook. Fifth, Laney Help. Sixth place exhibitor, Ellie Snap. 7, Ava Help, and 8th was also exhibited by Ava Help. Once again, congratulations to all of our Class 23 Texel Market Lamb exhibitors.
Our Tunis breed, I think our champion reserve are very similar. Both of them have good body shape to them. They're clean fronted, nice in their design through their front. And they also got some width over the top of the rib. That's kind of separates them some from the lambs down below them in the class. They handle with some freshness and width coming out of the blades through the loin. I give the nod to our champion being just a little bit better through the center of his stifle when you stand behind him. I think as far as product from that last rib back, this is the lamb that needs to start the class. Second, a touch softer handling than the one that starts the class, but similar as far as width over the top and loin. Good looking front end to this sheep. I think it fits in a pair with this our champion really quite well. Third was kind of a challenge for me. This is the biggest sheep in the class. I like the volume that he offers and the width through his rib. Doesn't handle with quite the top line of these younger sheep, and he got a little more front to him. Gets out in his breastplate, not quite as clean up through his front as what we got in the two up here winning today, but a nice big sheep here that's a third. Fourth is one that similar to the top two. If he had a little more width up over the rib, he gets a little bit narrow up over that through that forerib and over the top, but he's got a good loin to him. A lamb that belongs up here in the top four. Fifth place is very similar to that. You can see some depth to the loin edge, but doesn't quite have the handle over the rack, a little thinner than the, not quite as fresh handling as what some of these lambs up above. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 25, Class 25 Monadale Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 97 to 141. Class 25 Monadale Market Lambs in the ring. Results of Class 24, Tunis Market Lambs. First place and your champion, Tunis Market Lamb. Congratulations, Bryson Shepard. Second place and your reserve champion, Nathan Everhart. Third, Brady Kessler. Fourth place was Madeline Huntsman. Fifth, Bryn Reinhardt. Sixth place was exhibitor Lillian Swanson. 7, Madeline Huntsman. And once again, congratulations to all of those Class 24 Tunis Market Lamb exhibitors.
Monadale's today, nice pair up here on the top. Our champion is one that's really firm, lean in his condition, yet really big in his rack. He's wide up over the top of his rib, comes out of his blades with lots of expression and shape, carries that width right through his loin, got enough thickness from behind as well. He could be a little more attractive through the front, gets out a little bit in his breastplate and gets a little full out in front of his shoulder compared to the one in second, but he's leaner and got more muscle shape. We're going to start with him as a champion. Our reserve is one that's long and probably a little bit better as far as the way he's put together, or she's put together. One that's nice through her shoulder set in front. Nice going out to her dock with a long hip in this sheep. Just gets a little soft to the touch and doesn't have quite the muscle we need to move it up one more notch today, but a nice sheep here in reserve. In our third place, we got one that's really lean, that's got some muscle. I like this sheep from his hip forward a lot, but when you get from there back, he just rolls off in that hip a little bit too much, too steep in that rump, and it causes him to handle his legs a little off as well. Like the carcass traits, like to change him structurally a little bit. We get in our last two in this top 5, 4th and 5th. It's pretty close. I'm going to use one that's a little bit nicer fronted, a little bit better balance. Both of these sheep need a little more product to go up the line. 5th place sheep might have a little more loin than the one in 4th, but got a little more depth to that front end, not quite the look from the side. But a good set. Let's give all the exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 26. Class 26 Oxford Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 114 to 135. Class 26 in the ring. Results of Class 25 Monadale Market Lambs. First place and your champion. Congratulations, Elena Allen. Second place and your reserve champion, Monadale Market Lamb. Congratulations, Kason Shepard. Third was Elena Allen. Fourth was also exhibited by Elena Allen, as well as fifth. Sixth place exhibitor, Jenna Huntsman. 7, Lakota Todd. And 8th place was Brady Kessler. Once again, congratulations to all of our Monadale Market Lamb exhibitors. Oxford exhibitors, we need those class 27. Class 27 Oxford Market Lamb, ringside and ready, please. Class 27 Oxford Market Lamb, ringside and ready, please.
well, a really deep set of Oxfords. I thought the class was really, really good. There was some good lambs that's not in the top 5. I thought this competition was really good in this class. I think the top 2 kind of go together as a pair. Both of them are have some extension and some elevation to the front, yet they still got power from the ground up. I like both of them. They're similar in a lot of pieces. I think the differences are the sheep that I used today is a notch better through the shoulder when you get over the top of him and look at him, and he's better in his loin today. The sheep in second has got a wide loin edge, but he's a little bit raw. It's not as up, not as fresh as what we have in our class winner. Both of these have plenty of muscle, plenty of body shape and width to them. They got good bone work underneath them, long neck comes out of the top of the shoulder, a lot of things that you can really appreciate. I like the freshness in top in the one we used today. Third place is an interesting sheep. This one's hard for me to figure out exactly where I was going to go with this sheep. Really, really good in so many pieces. He's big hip, lots of muscle from behind, big in his rack and top. One that's just a little bit shorter sided, a little bit shorter in his top line, not as elevated through the front. Structurally, he's different than the first 2. I prefer to get him up a little bit more and give him a little more length out the front end, but he's really, really good from behind. We get into 4th and 5th. I'm going to use one that's got good shape, giving up some pounds in this class. This lamb's not near as big as a lot of them in here, but I really like the way he handles down his top and the way he's made through his shoulder and front. He's level in his hip. He's got enough bone work underneath him. He just didn't have enough sheep here when you get to these top 3 to play any longer. But I think this one here is a structurally correct lamb that's got enough product and muscle to play to this point. Young lady coming next could logically fit all the way to 3rd when you get out beside them, but when you get on top of them, this sheep doesn't have quite the shape up over his rack coming out of the blades. He doesn't have quite the handle all the way down that top line of this top 4. I like him from the side, just need to put more shape in him when I get down the top. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 27. Class 27 Oxford Market lambs. These lambs weigh 136 to 158. Oxford Market lambs, Class 27, in the ring. Results of Class 26 Oxford Market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Case Williams. Second place exhibitor, Caitlin McMillan. Third, Alexa Bratton. Fourth, Hadley Parker. Fifth place, Addison Winger. Sixth place exhibitor, Lillian Kretcher. Seventh, Sawyer Ritz. Eighth place, Kelsey Thompson. Ninth, Caden Dale. 10th place exhibitor, Lainey Mendenhall. Other exhibitors in the class include Skylar Sheets, Jenna Gottschall, Cadence Tal Crook, and Kaylin Tinnery. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 26 Oxford Market Lamb exhibitors. For those of you around ringside that maybe have family and friends back home that couldn't make it here to the Indiana State Fair, let them know that we are live streaming the show. Website address is showbarnflix.com. Showbarnflix.com. We are live streaming our Market Lamb show here. Showbarnflix.com. We'd also like to give a big tip of the Resistol to our each class winner is receiving a banner. And that banner is sponsored by Justin, Aaron, and Ellie Willoughby. We certainly appreciate your help and support with that, Justin, and your family. Thank you so very much.
Well, another really nice set. I've been impressed with the Oxfords today. Both classes been really stout with lots of quality in them. I'm going to start with the young lady's sheep that I think once again is the most complete. This one here kind of catches your eye from the side, really round in its body shape, long profiling, got a great touch and handle. You can see the muscle from the sideline, handles with a lot of shape to him, big-footed, still got a long neck to him when coming out of the top of the shoulder. He's got a lot of really good things about him. I change him a little bit off his front legs. He likes to kind of roll that knee in a little bit on that front end, but this is a good one to start the class. Second place, a notch more elevated through the front, and I appreciate that. One that's got a good rib. I really like the forerib and the rack shape in this one. First third of his skeleton, he competes really well. I like this sheep a lot. When I get back into his loin, he handles right there with them. When you get over the top of him, he's not quite as wide right there at his dock. He's not quite as good down low going away from you as what we have in the one that wins today, but that's a nice sheep in second. Third place, there's nothing in here heavier muscle than this one. Big rack, really wide loin, tremendous shape from behind, lots of bone work underneath him as well. He gets a little bit coarser through the front. I'd like to change him in the front end as I compare him to the top two, but tremendous length and muscle in this third place sheep. Fourth place gives up a little bit of muscle to the top end of the class, but still competes well. I like the way it takes a big step on the move. It's elevated through the front, structurally an attractive made sheep. Just needs to handle with a little more width, especially through that loin as I compare it to some of those up above. But a nice lamb here in fourth in a tough class. Fifth, really a show sheep that's attractive, really attractive made through the front. Gives up a little bit of length of body and just muscle power when you get over the top of him. He handles good. He's really fresh to the touch. Doesn't have quite the shape and the volume of muscle we got on the front end of the class, but another nice one here in fifth. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 28. Class 28 Shropshire market lambs. These lambs weigh 115 to 130. Class 28, in the ring, please. Results of Class 27 Oxford market lambs. First place and congratulations, Jordan Leiniger. Second place exhibitor, Lena May. Third, Caden Parks. Fourth place was Aubrey Rothenbuehler. Fifth place, Amy Geary. 6, Tinsley Bruzall. 7, Bryce Hofing. 8th place exhibitor, Cooper Leiniger. 9th, Emma Ball. 10th was Hallie Scheller. Other exhibitors include Amelia Stone and Jim Smith. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 27 Oxford Market Lamb exhibitors.
really good Shrop class to start this breed. Young lady's sheep that I start the class with fits me really well. I like this sheep. He's tall fronted. He's got a great balance. He handles himself on the move good, and he doesn't disappoint you when you get over the top of him. His loin's out wide and deep with a nice top that handles fresh, yet lean enough in his condition. Just a nice balanced sheep with a lot of good things we can talk about. Second and third, maybe a notch longer. Both of these may be a notch longer than the sheep that I start with, but I find both of these lack a little bit of the width and dimension through that loin and hip that we have in our champion. Gets a little tighter in the flank compared to what we have up here in this first place sheep. But I like this second place, big in its rack, got a long body. He's a little better when he goes away from you, hits the ground with a little more width, carries a little more definition down through that lower stifle on the move. These are close, similar kind of sheep. I like the front end just a hair better, and I like where he hits the ground just a hair better when he goes away from me. Third place is one that's just as long neck, got a great look, really level hip. Just like I said earlier, he just needs to be a little wider made underneath. He gets collapses just a little bit underneath, enough to roll him down to this spot today, but another really good sheep here in third. Fourth, not quite the loin handle of this top three, but one that's got a good rack shape, plenty of leg. This ewe lamb handles with a lot of expression and got a nice condition over her rib. Maybe not the front end. She sits down just a notch, not quite the base of that shoulder doesn't have quite the look of what we have in the top three, but I like this sheep for its cutability, its carcass traits, high quality sheep here. Fifth place, maybe a touch wider made through the loin, but another one that needs to be just a little better, gets a little bolder through the front, and maybe doesn't handle itself quite as free and easy on the move as those just above, but I do like it. I moved this one up a ways. The longer it was out here, the more I appreciated this sheep for just being a complete sheep with lots of muscle and then in the right kind of range and condition. A nice lamb here in fifth. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be our Oxford Champion and Reserve Champion Drive. First place exhibitor from Class 26, Case Williams, White County. First place exhibitor from Class 27, Jordan Leiniger of Kosciuszko County. Second place exhibitor, Class 26, Caitlin McMillan, Huntington County. And from Class 27, your second place exhibitor, Lana May of Hancock County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Oxford Market Lamb exhibitors.
I was impressed with the Oxford classes today. I think both of them come with a lot of depth and quality in both of these classes, and it was fun for me and challenging to kind of get them sorted. We got two in this lightweight class that I think are similar from the side. When you get over the top of them, it changes just a little. This class winner is one that's really got the freshness down his top, the loin edge out where it needs to be, a really nice handle to him. One that's tall fronted, good at the top of the shoulder, just a really nice balanced sheep here to win that class. In the heavy class, we got one that's really unique in some pieces. This one here is really good. I like the balance. I like the round body, and handles is probably better than anything out here for his touch. Got a big expressive top that handles with freshness, but still really firm. Got a good turn to that leg with a lot of expression through that lower stifle. Still lots of bone work in both of these. A nice pair here to consider for our champion. In our second heavy, another one that's really nice. I like the long neck and the tall front on this one, big in its rack and loin. One that could be just a little better going back to its dock as you compare it to the one over here in first. I'd like to see that. And when he goes away from me, he quits a little bit quick in his muscle down through that lower third of his leg compared to the one that wins here today. That's the way I see them. It's an interesting call here on our champion reserve. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
And your champion, Oxford Market Lamb from Class 27. Congratulations, Jordan Leiniger, Kosciuszko County. And your reserve champion from Class 26, congratulations, Case Williams of White County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Oxford Market Lamb exhibitors. Our next class will be Class 29. Class 29 Shropshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 136 to 140. Class 29, in the ring, please. Results of Class 28. Class 28 Shropshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Caitlin Hockelmeyer. Second place, Lauren Davis. Third, Kylan Myers. Fourth place, Skylar Sheets. Fifth, Olivia Anderson. Sixth place exhibitor, Max Summers. 7, Thomas Hogan. Eighth place was exhibited by Kirsten Hayes. Ninth, Emily Freed. And 10th place was Kinsey Menon. Other exhibitors in the class include Riley Sweden, Lucas Wilson, I'm going to give this a shot. I believe our last exhibitor in Class 28 was Marcella Tierney. Hope that's right. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 28 Shropshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
with a good pair on the top end. There's some differences and preferences. I know you can see from the sideline they're really, really close as far as muscle. I think when you get over the top of them is where I kind of decided that this sheep I start with is a little better. When you look down over the top of his shoulders and up there to the base of his neck, he kind of comes to that top end a little bit better than the sheep that's in second. He may not be quite as good going back out to his dock. I'd like to change that and prefer the sheep that's in second. Both of them are really wide down their tops and loins, opened up through the center of the rib. I may give the edge for his chest floor to the one in second, but I'd like to change as you get on top of the shoulder as to what we have in this class winner today. Really close, a nice pair here on the top end. Third place is one that has the look from the side to go with these two. In fact, he may be the best looking sheep when you get off the side of him in the class. When you get over the top of him, he squares up nice in his top line. He just doesn't quite have the width and volume these top two sheep have. And as you get back into his hip, going back to his pin set, he doesn't really narrow up. He's just not as wide made over his hip and through that pins is what we got in the top two in this class, limiting what he can have from that last rib back for his total volume. We get into fourth and fifth. They're both really nice sheep. This fourth place sheep, I walked up a good ways. He just kept working his way up because he's really big barrel, big top, got a nice hip in him with some muscle, a lot of bone under him. He gets a little rounder and a little deeper through that front, and coarser through the front. He's not deeper, but it doesn't kind of get up in that front end like we have in the top of this class. It doesn't handle quite as firm. But I do appreciate the width and volume that he has, really a stout-made sheep here in fourth. Fifth is close with him there as well, a sheep that handles probably a notch firmer than the one just ahead of him. This is the shortest top sheep in that top end. I like to give him a little more extension, give him a little more length of neck, and give him a more length of body as I get out here in this top end to go with a really thick end that he's got and a big top. A good set. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 30. Class 30, Shropshire Market Lambs weighing 142 to 171. Shropshire Market Lambs, Class 30, in the ring. Results of Class 29 Shropshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Cooper Martin. Second place, Maisie Stoltling. Third, Jacob Thompson. Fourth place exhibitor, Jake Jordan. Fifth, Bryce Hofing. Sixth was exhibitor Addison Winger. Seventh place, Holly Howard. Eighth, Kelsey Thompson. Ninth place exhibitor, Paige Krishner. 10th, McCoy Van Hook. Other exhibitors in the class include Audrey Millett, Jim Smith, and Kinsey Larson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 29 Shropshire Market Lamb exhibitors. Southdown Market Lamb. First call.
this Shrop class. Interesting set here on the top end. I'm going to use the sheep that I think has most of the pieces right. I really like his wide rib and his round body, and he's good at the top of the shoulder. He handles really good down his top line. Got a wide stifle to him when you get behind him. Got enough bone work underneath him. At times I'd like for him to balance up just a little better from the side. One thing is I always like to see the loin edge equal to or even to the pin set, and he gets the pin set a little higher in his loin edge at times, and it kind of takes away from him, in my opinion. But he takes a free, easy step and got lots of muscle. The second place, when you just stop and get him planted, I can sure justify using him. He's got a nice top line. He's good in his lines, elevated through his front, good in his shoulder. When you get him on the move, he likes to track in, kind of gets in at the base pretty hard, doesn't have quite the depth of muscle that the sheep that we start with. I'd like to see him better when I get behind him on the move, but a nice sheep here in second. Third place is one that's really round-bodied and thick, a sheep that I could, and at one point in my mind was going to probably be up at least one more notch. But when you put him in motion, he really short steps on both ends, gets a little bit shorter necked and fronted than what I'd prefer. I think the first and second kind of go together a little bit better in those pieces of the structure, but I do appreciate the muscle and the power in this one that's in third. Fourth and fifth, both of them take a good picture from the side. I like to, when I get out beside them, they really got good lines. They're clean fronted. They're up in their chest floors. They got good look. When you get over the top of them, both of them just need to be expanded and give a little more thickness to compete with the top of the class. I feel like fourth is just a little bit better through the lower stifle and loin than the one in fifth, but both of them nice sheep, just need to be a little stouter. Let's give all these young people a nice hand. Good job.
Our next class will be Class 31. Class 31 Southdown Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 102 to 123. Class 31 in the ring.
Shropshire exhibitors, we need those first and second place. First and second place, Shropshire Market Lambs in the makeup ring. We will select your champion and reserve champion, Shropshire Market Lambs, immediately following this class. First and second place, Shropshire Market Lambs, ringside and ready, please.
Results of Class 30. Class 30 Shropshire Market Lambs. First place and congratulations, Landon Bewley. Second place, Madeline Bruzall. Third, Colin Downing. Fourth place exhibitor, Colton Frederick. Fifth, Amy Geary. Sixth place, Cambry Bow. Seventh, Landry Krieger. Eighth place was Valken Everett. 9, Bailey Tracy. 10th place was Ashton Allman. Other exhibitors in the class include Olivia Anderson, Carson Dice, and Jaden Phillips. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 30 Shropshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
with a really good set of lightweight Southdown to start the Southdown breed with. The top pair come to the front pretty quick for me. I think both of these are the ones that have the squareness at the dock, that have the big tops in them, that really got the right kind of forerib handle with the right kind of condition and shape down their tops. It gets really close a little bit for me right here, but I like this lamb I start with being a little bit more elevated, a little nicer through his front end than the one coming second. He's still got the kind of top. He stands right there with our second place sheep for his amount of muscle down his top line, good through his stifle. Just a nice Southdown here that's got good cutability, has his carcass traits, and a good look from that front end. We get into our second place sheep, one that I really appreciate the top line in. He's got a big shape up over his rack, and his loin's good. He's good in his hip. Really nice pattern to that stifle going down deep in his shank area. The one's got good bone work under him. Just gets a little bit down in that front. I like to get the neck just a notch higher out of the blades and get that base of that shoulder up just a little bit as you view him from the side compared to the one that wins this class. But a really nice Southdown here in second. Third place gives up a little bit to the top two down his top. Not quite the width and freshness over the loin, but he's got good shape. He comes out of the blades with a good rack. He's really got a good hip in him with lots of muscle from behind. He's kind of like the sheep just in front of him. He's not perfect in the front end, but he's got a good look to the top of that shoulder, and he comes down the top with lots of muscle. It comes down to the point that he just doesn't quite have the top and loin that we have in these first two today. We get into fourth place. We got one that's a good look from the side. You could move this one up if you just stayed out here and not got over the top and studied him hard. He just narrows up a little bit going back into his dock and not quite as wide or at the pin set as what we got in the top three. He's got up front. He's got some width down his top line. Takes a good picture. He just needs to be wider at the pin set, allow him to have a little bigger hip and a little more stifle to him when you look up the line here today. We conclude the top five with the young man sheep that's got a lot of quality to him. He's got some width through the center rib. He's big in his hip, got some lower stifle to him. I'd like to see him handle his back legs just a little bit better when you put him on the move. He's not quite as long in his top line as these sheep just above him, but another good Southdown here in fifth. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be our Shropshire Champion Drive. Champion and Reserve Champion Shropshire Drive. First place exhibitor from Class 28, Caitlin Hockmeyer, Allen County. From Class 29, your first place exhibitor, Cooper Martin of Jackson County. And from Class 30, first place exhibitor, Landon Bewley of Kosciuszko County. Second place exhibitor, Class 28, Lauren Davis, Clinton County. From Class 29, your second place exhibitor, Maisie Stoltling from Clay County. And from Class 30, second place, Madeline Bruzall of Decatur County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Shropshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Really nice Shropshire show today, starting with the Class 1. Really a nice pair up here on the top end. I like this class winner a lot for his balance, good feet and legs, moves really good. I like him on the move. I like him when he stops. I really like him when I get my hands on him. He's fresh when he's wide down his top. Loin edge is where it should be, big in his hip. He's not massive in his leg stifle. He's good there. He's got the right kind of length of that muscle to really balance out to his skeleton. Shoulder sets right. He's very functional and sound. A nice sheep to win that class. Second place, a notch longer profiling sheep. I'll grant you that. And he's got a nice rack shape. He's really up in his chest floor. As you get back in the hind saddle and some of the prime cut area in a market lamb, we don't find quite the width. He's not quite as wide through his loin or as big in his hip as what we have over here on this side. We get into our second class. This was a really close call. I like this sheep that we use for his freshness and his width at the top, his elevation or length of neck and through that front. Sheep doesn't like to show off sometimes. It's kind of hard sometimes to get him to look the part for you, but he's really got enough width through in his skeleton along with that top to be very competitive. You'd like to maybe level him up at the dock just a little bit. He kind of rolls just a little bit going down and right there at his pins. One that, at times you'd like for him to handle maybe a touch firmer if you compare him to the lambs on either side, but condition-wise, he's in a range of condition that I see is acceptable. Second in that class, this was a hard call. This one handles firmer, got as much or more top in him, really big in his loin. Gets a little bit out at the top of his blades and in the base of his neck. He gets a little coarser when you look down his top compared to the one that I used to win that class. One that gets a little out maybe at the base of the shoulder too. But he's really good through his center body, big in his top, fresh but firm to the touch. He's a high quality sheep and a real close pair in my mind. All right, in our last class we got two really nice Shropshire sheep. I use one that's a little wider and better down his top, starting over the rib and through that rack and loin. One that opens up even underneath. You can get from a 3/4 view. You really like what you have there. One that's got enough stifle when you get behind him. Only got really one criticism of him. He doesn't really give me the look I like when I get out beside quite as well because his loin sets lower than his pin set and dock. I'd like for that to be a little bit different in this sheep. He just naturally likes to get that way. It's not a problem in him. In fact, it probably helps him when you see him on the move. Some not be hard in his top line, but this sheep is a good one for his muscle and handle as well as that look that he gets through the front. Second, tall-made sheep, long and level, got lots of bone work underneath him. Takes a good picture when you get out beside him. When you watch him move, he likes to get those hind feet in a little tight. He quits you a little bit down in that lower part of his stifle. You watch this one move away in the first. He keeps his feet away, keeps them width at that lower part. This one likes to get a little tight underneath. Maybe not quite as wide right up over the rack as the sheep that we use. Takes a better picture from the side for his lines. A really pretty sheep from the side. That's the way I see them today. They're a really nice set. Let's give all these young people a nice hand. We'll name him Champion Reserve.
And your champion, Shropshire Market Lamb from Class 28. Congratulations, Caitlin Hockmeyer. And your reserve champion from Class 29, congratulations, Cooper Martin, Jackson County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Shropshire Market Lamb exhibitors. In the ring at this time, we are ready for Class 32. Class 32 Southdown Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 124 to 135. Class 32 in the ring. Results of Class 31 Southdown Market Lambs. First place and congratulations, Jacob Thompson. Second place exhibitor, Carson Hoon. Third place, Sophie Tressler. Fourth place exhibitor, Braylee Lordy. Fifth, Timothy Hamilton. Sixth place, Hallie Scheller. Seventh, Quentin Durr. Eighth place, Eva Beckner. Ninth, Hallie Lickleitner. 10th place was exhibitor David McMillan. Other exhibitors in the class include Jaden Moneyheffer, Chloe Bills, Caden Dale, Janessa Lehman, Cale Ludwig, and McCoy Van Hook. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 31 Southdown Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, this is a good class, interesting class, and a little bit of a challenge to put together. I think there's a couple of pieces we can all say, well, he didn't quite use that piece that he's been wanting to find, and maybe you might be right, but I think, as I said earlier, I always want to try to find the most complete package, and I think this is it. Really a big rack sheep that's got a big hip that's wide from stifle to stifle, that's heavy underneath as far as bone work, one that's good at the top of the shoulder, just a powerful sheep that's in the right kind of range and condition, and wider at the pin set and more power than the sheep coming second. Sheep coming second's a little better at the base of the shoulder and a little bit nicer in its view from the side. Doesn't quite have the shape and the power, and gives up a little bit of width and dimension right there at the pin set as well as through the stifle to the one that wins today. I like to look the sheep. I'd like to use him to win because I can talk that part, but he doesn't quite get there today when I get over the top of him or behind him. But an attractive made, a high-quality sheep in second. Third place is one that's really a little bit maybe the different one in this top five. He's pretty extreme for his elevated, smooth-shouldered, really attractive made sheep structurally. He just needs more power to him. He doesn't quite have that inner thigh. He doesn't quite handle with the width of the top two when I get my hands on him to go with the look that he gives you when you get out beside him. But a nice sheep here in third. Fourth is a power sheep. He just got a little soft for me. He's just a little bit softer over the rib, a little heavier in the first third of his skeleton than I'd like for him to be. But he's wide pinned and got a deep muscle pattern wide through his loin. He's got a lot of things I can appreciate. Fifth place is one that gets really nice for his front end look, the first third of his skeleton. You like that sheep a lot. As you go back, he just doesn't quite have enough to him. He likes to stand a little close and a little bit flatter in his stifle than what we got in these sheep up above today. Takes a good picture from the side once again. Nice set. Let's give these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 33. Class 33 Southdown market lambs. These lambs weigh 138 to 160. Class 33, in the ring, please. Results of Class 32. Class 32 Southdown Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Landry Krieger. Second place, Jordan Leiniger. Third, Haley Vogel. Fourth place exhibitor, Caden Derer. Fifth, Kinsey Menon. Sixth place is Kylie Pass. Seventh, Lily Williamson. Eighth place exhibitor, Brianna Farrell. Ninth, Cambry Boo. 10th place was Andrew Nyer. Other exhibitors in the class include Andrew Bridges, Kaylin Overmeyer, Maggie Minton, and Kendall Krishner. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 32 Southdown Market Lamb exhibitors.
Dorset exhibitors, this is your first call. First call, Class 34, Dorset Market Land. First call to the makeup ring, please, Class 34.
for those of you that are in the barn, I mentioned a while ago about our poster down at the end. If you've played basketball, recess, junior high, elementary, high school, whatever, please put a dot on our state from the county that you're from that you played. We'd love to have a nice showcase from our barn so that we can show that we grew the game of basketball and the state fair. Thanks.
Another nice set of Southdowns. This young lady kind of wins the class pretty quick for me. I think all the parts we talk about, whether it's the length, the front end, the muscle, the structural correctness, I think she's the one that does all that and does it in a range of condition that's good. I'd like to see the lamb handle just a touch firmer. It's not the condition, it's just he handles a touch softer. But that's about the only thing that you could be critical of him in this particular class with. One that wins the class pretty easy for me. It gets a little more interesting, I think, in type and kind. This second place follows logically, in my mind, one that's deep in his stifle and twist, got a big rack and rib in him that's got some width and dimension to it. He gets a little bit coarser through the front, a little shorter neck, not quite the look on the profile and balance of the class winner, but another one that's got some muscle and some width to him. Third place worked up a long ways in the class. He's lean. He's got muscle shape up over his rack. His loin edge is wide enough. He just kept working his way up. I like the fact that he's got enough bone work underneath him. But he gets a little short in his stifle shape. He doesn't carry it down as deep. He's not as wide or as full in its shape when you get right behind him. And the neck needs to come out a hair higher out of the top of the shoulders as you analyze him from the side. But I appreciate the leanness, the cutability, the length. He's got a lot of good things. Kept working up. A good job with this young man. The next two are sheep that's got width from the ground up. They got some stoutness down their tops. Neither one of them are quite handled like the top three when you get your hands on them, but I like the fact that they're skeletal width and allows them to have some muscle volume to them. I like this fourth place over fifth a little bit better through the front end and through that chest floor. Takes a little better picture from the side. Fifth place maybe has a touch more rack shape, a nice sheep that's got some muscle, just needs to balance out a little better, like I said. But a good set. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
All right, we are ready for our next class, Class 34. Class 34, Dorset Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 100 to 129. Class 34, in the ring, please. Results of Class 33, Class 33 Southdown Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Lauren Andrews. Second place exhibitor, Brady Miller. Third, Brady Howard. Fourth place was Casey Klein. Fifth place exhibitor, Addison Conger. 6, Aubrey Rothenbuehler. 7, Regan Klotz. 8th place exhibitor, Blair Mrozinski. 9th, Brant Norberg. 10th place exhibitor, Stella Rule. Other exhibitors in the class is Emily Freed, Olivia Conger, Owen Grinstead, and Jenna Gottschall. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 33 Southdown Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, let's start this breed, this class of Dorset. It's really a nice sheep to start the class with. He kind of daylights himself a little bit from the group. I like him a lot to start with. Good balance, good rib, up fronted, good shoulder, got muscle to him, handles good. Nice sheep to start. Second, one of the smaller sheep in this class, but in my opinion, a good one. It's got lots of muscle shape, really expressive up over his rack, got a deep muscle pattern from behind. One that's not quite as attractive fronted or as extended as our class winner, but this one here, even though he's smaller, I think easily steps up here in the second hole. Our third place is one that might be a little bit more elevated and got a little more length compared to the ones just ahead of him, but he just quits a little quick in that muscle shape from behind. He needs to be a little deeper in that muscle shape from behind. He doesn't quite have the expression over the rack as well, but a nice balanced sheep that's really firm to the touch and good in his condition. Next sheep is a smooth-shouldered, pretty sheep from the side. I like his lines a lot. When you get over the top of him, doesn't handle as fresh down his top and over his loin as the top of the class. Gets a touch flatter through the center of his stifle as you compare him to the top. Young man coming next has got one that's got a good body shape. This ewe lamb is one that you can like a lot when you get out on the side. She's just too soft today. She's got a little too much cover over her rib. I'd like to see her handle her back legs just a little bit better as well, but she's really got some good pieces to her. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Our next class will be our champion and reserve champion Southdown Drive. First place exhibitor from Class 31, Jacob Thompson, Boone County. From Class 32, your first place exhibitor, Landry Krieger, Davies County. From Class 33, your first place exhibitor, Lauren Andrews of Marshall County. Second place exhibitors, Class 31, Carson Hoon, Noble County. From Class 32, second place, Jordan Leininger of Kosciuszko County. And Class 33, your second place exhibitor, Brady Miller of Tippecanoe County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Southdown Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, a nice set of Southdowns showed up here today in our lightweight class. I think this lamb is nice. He's a good sheep. He's got a round rib body, shape to him that really allows him to be attractive from the side, yet still maintain the kind of muscle he needs down his top line. He comes out of the blades with lots of expression and width, goes right through the loin edge back into his hip. He got a good stifle to him, a lot of bone work underneath him. He's got a very attractive front end. If there's anything about the sheep you might want to change is he doesn't really like to show off a lot. The young man has to work at it. He likes to get a little lazy in his top at times, but when you handle his top, he's all there. He's a nice sheep. Our second in that class is one that's similar for his handle down his top, one that doesn't quite have the front end design of what we got in this class winner. His neck comes out just a hair lower, not quite as good at the base of the shoulder, but a meaty individual. It's fun to handle. We got a lot of carcass traits in him. Our middleweight sheep is one that's really square hipped, that's big bone, that's got some stoutness down that lower third. Got enough width down the top to compete. Gets a little bit deeper fronted, not quite as attractive through the first third of his skeleton as the younger sheep or even the sheep on the other side of him. I'd like to change that piece of him like we talked about in the class. But I do appreciate the fact that he comes with that kind of width down his top and over his loin. He's big in his hip. In my opinion, the sheep belongs right where he's at when in this class. Our second place is maybe a touch more attractive when you get out beside him. He's better through the shoulder, one that takes a little bit better picture maybe as far as the neck, where it comes out and the length of the neck. One that just narrows up a little bit too much for me at his pin set. I'd like to see him wider through his pins and a little bit wider from stifle to stifle when you get right behind him. In our heavyweight class, we got one that's still in a nice ranging condition. A lot of the heavyweights are beginning to get a little cover on them, too much for me. I think carcass quality is important. This one's carcass will be a high quality carcass. It's got some shape, a ribeye, a rack shape, and a loin that's really nice. He's level and square going back to his dock. As I stated in the class, he's not the firmest handling sheep. He could be a little bit better in that regard. But I think when you let your eyes do most of the judging, you find him to win the class pretty easy. We get our second place sheep that's got a lot of muscle to him. He's got a big rack and a big stifle to him. Not quite the look through the front end. I'd like to see his front end be a little better as you get out beside him, balance out a little better compared to the one that wins, but I like the muscle and the leanness that he has as well. That's the way I see him today. It's an interesting decision here. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
And your champion from Class 31, congratulations, Jacob Thompson, Boone County. And your reserve champion, Southdown Market Lamb, also from Class 31. Congratulations, Carson Hoon, Noble County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our Southdown Market Lamb exhibitors. Please bring in those Class 35 Dorset Market lambs. These lambs weigh 132 to 149. Class 35, Dorset Market Lambs, in the ring, please. Results of Class 34, Dorset Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Landon Bewley. Second place, Coltrane Frederick. Third place exhibitor, Bristol Lordy. Fourth, Caden Durr. Fifth place was Drew Blades. Sixth place exhibitor, Isa Freehoff. Seventh, Addison Winger. Eighth place exhibitor, Matthew Minnick. 9, Haley Holbrook. 10 was Kirsten Haynes. And 11th was Leah Kreitzer. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 34 Dorset Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, a really tough pair on the top end. There's kind of gets down to the point where it's what's most important to you, and I think this young lady's sheep is one that's long pattern. It's really good in his lines. It's attractive in his front, and this is probably as big a rack sheep for his size as been in the ring today. Really big through his forerib, huge in his rack, loins wide and deep. He's a lot more muscle there than he looks from the sideline, and when you get it beside him, he's very, very attractive. Now, he's not as stout in that lower third of his skeleton as maybe the sheep coming in second, but he's a notch longer, and he's a notch wider down his top than what we got, and a notch longer in his neck as well. So second place, he's a power sheep from the ground up. I mean, he's really got a lot of width to him as well. Yeah, I like the stoutness underneath for his bone, big bone sheep that's got a lot of shape to his top. He handles really firm. He's not as wide through his loin and rack as the one that wins today, but he still has plenty there, and he's got a really nice handle for his condition. The young lady coming next has got another one that's really got a lot of shape and power to him. I appreciate the width over the rib. He gets a little bit heavier through his front than maybe what we got just ahead of him in the class. When he's out on the move, he looks a little heavier fronted in that first third of his skeleton than what we have up ahead of him. But another one that's very similar to second for his muscle and power, a really nice sheep here. Young lady coming with fourth is one that's got the good lines. It got a nice set to the top of the shoulder, a little softer handling, a little softer the touch, and doesn't have the loin of what we got on the top end of the class. The loin edge is not quite as full in its handle as what we got up above, but I do appreciate the design and the structure and look in this one. Young lady coming next has got one that's probably got maybe a little firmer touch and as much more muscle than the one right above. Not quite the structure and design. A little longer bladed out through the front, rolls in her hip just a little bit from behind, but I do appreciate the carcass traits this one offers. A good set. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
All right, we are ready for Class 36. Class 36, Horn Dorset Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 118 to 153. Class 36 in the ring. Results of Class 35 Dorset Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Kinsey Menon. Second place was exhibited by Bryce Hofing. Third, Riley McGee. Fourth place was Landry Krieger. Fifth, Nadia Lech. Sixth place was Eli Downing. 7, Carter Bills. 8th place was Amity Batt. 9th, Colton Frederick. 10th place was Haley Ludwig. Other exhibitors in the class include Hayden Grinstead, Jonathan McMillan, and Paige Dolps. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 35 Dorset Market Lamb exhibitors.
this Horn Dorset class. Another nice set. I think the young man sheep wins this class pretty easy for me. I think he's a combination, and he's in the right range for his condition. He's fresh, but he's not carrying excess cover. He's big up over his top of his loin and rack, one that's got lots of leg muscle. You can see that in bone work. He could be just a little more attractive through the first third of his skeleton if you want to pick on a piece. But I think he wins this not only class but this breed pretty easy. A nice Horn Dorset here to win the class. Second, one that's similar to first in some respects. He's got the same kind of power from behind and down his top, but he gets a little heavier in his condition. I'm tolerating what he's got to a certain extent, but I'd like to see him a little leaner there, and he's got just a little more front to him than what we have in our champion. But another nice sheep in reserve, long hip, wide made, nice sheep. Young lady coming next has got one that's just a little leaner. This was my challenge, is I can use a sheep that's a little leaner here, one that's got a nice loin in him, not quite as big in its top and surely not as big in its hip and leg as what we got in those up above today. Quits a little fast down that lower third of its skeleton, doesn't quite have the power down low, but one I do appreciate the attractive lines and the leanness. Young lady coming next got a bigger sheep. I could use this sheep up a spot or two for just width over the top of the rib, elevated, good, smooth at the shoulder. One that really gets the loin down too far for me today. I'd like to see the loin edge up better and the sheep balance up just a notch better from the side as I compare it to the one just ahead today. But I do appreciate the width through the center of the skeleton in this one, a nice sheep. Young lady coming next, one that's got good lines to him. One I like the levelness of hip and the way he's made at the top of his shoulder and round in his rib shape. He just doesn't handle with the muscle shape we got in the front of the class, and he's beginning to cover a little much over the rib as well. But a nice sheep. Let's give this young lady a nice hand as well.
Our next class will be your champion and reserve champion, Dorset Drive. First place exhibitor from Class 34, Landon Bewley, Kosciuszko County. First place exhibitor from Class 35, Kinsey Menon of Cass County. Second place exhibitors, Colton Frederick, Newton County. And from Class 35, your second place exhibitor, Bryce Hoping of Hendricks County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Dorset exhibitors.
Well, we had a nice Dorset show today. Quality is really good out here in the ring for our champion and reserve selection. And our lightweight class, this sheep kind of run away with it in the class, I thought. This one here is long neck, good shoulder, good body shape, got a good handle down his top line with some stifle to him. Just a really nice lamb that's very competitive in the drive. Second in that class is giving up a lot of size. He's one of the smaller lambs in the drive. He's got a lot of shape up over the rack, plenty of thickness from behind. One that I think is really a high quality sheep. His loin edge maybe not quite as good today, and a part of that's probably just hadn't been on feed or has got quite the time on feed as some of the others. But this lamb's a good one. Definitely belongs in the top out here in the drive. We get into our heavyweights. I thought both of these were nice sheep as well. I think the pattern and the look, the extension, the length of neck, some things that you really appreciate from the side belongs to this young lady that wins the class. Really wide up over the rib and down the top. If you're going to be critical of this sheep out here in the drive, you can get over the top and say, well, he gets a little out and his front end's not quite right at the top of his shoulder, and he could handle just a touch firmer when you get your hands on him. But this one here has got a lot of good things you have to really appreciate. Second in that class is one that's maybe a touch firmer, not quite the power and width down the top and up over that rack and loin of what we got in our class winner. Not quite as long-necked and extended through that front end, but really square-ended, lots of stifle, a good sheep here in second as well. That's the way I see them today, a really nice set of Dorsets. Let's give these young people a nice hand. We'll name you champion reserve.
And your champion, Dorset Market Lamb from Class 34. Congratulations, Landon Bewley, Kosciuszko County. And your reserve champion, Dorset Market Lamb from Class 35. Congratulations, Kinsey Menon of Cass County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate all of our Dorset Market Lamb exhibitors. Give us just a minute, exhibitors. We're going to let the judge have a short break, and we'll be right back for our Class 37 Hampshire Market Lambs. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Hoss and Little Joe. Oh no, I'm sorry. Let's give you the results of Class 36. Class 36, our Horn Dorset Market Lambs. First place and your champion. Congratulations, Jake Jordan. Second place and your reserve champion, Horn Dorset Market Lamb, Regan Klotz. Third was Audrey Millett. Fourth place exhibitor, Cambry Boo. Fifth was Madeline Crouch. And sixth place was exhibited by Haley Holbrook. Once again, congratulations to all of those Horn Dorset Market Lamb exhibitors.
If you were selected a champion or reserve champion,
All right, we are ready to get back underway. Please bring in that Class 37. Class 37 Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 100 to 119. Class 37 in the ring.
First call, Class 38.
Well, this first class of Hamps, class winner here comes to the front pretty quick again. One that really's got a lot of things we can talk about and appreciate. Well, a great front end, got nice shape down his top. He's level in his hip, got some depth to his muscle, good feet and legs underneath him. You know, for a sheep weighing this amount in his lightweight class, he's got plenty of power to him. He's still got a little bit of an immature look to him, but he's a really nice one to start with. Second place has given up some size to our class winner, but one that I like the quality in a lot. He's really good height and touch. He's great. Got great muscle shape down his top line. Good set to the top of the shoulder. Good feet and legs underneath him. Gets his top up a little bit on the move. I'd like to see him a little freer and easier moving him about the ring, and he just needs a little more to him as he competes to the class winner. But this here is a really high quality sheep that really would just get better from this day forward. Third place is another one that's I like from the last rib back a lot. He's just not quite as good right behind the blades as the sheep that we put in second. I'd like to see him a little fuller in his forerib and down his top, and to get him to be a little bit more elevated on the move going around the ring up through that front end. Really big in his hip and loin though, a nice sheep in third. Fourth gets a little bit softer to the touch, not quite as firm, not quite as expressive as the top end of the class, but he's long and level down his top line, got enough width and dimension to him to play up here in the front end of the class. Young man coming next is somewhat the same shape. He's a little bit softer, and he likes to maybe not handle his hind legs just as good as some of these up in front of him do at times, but a sheep that you do appreciate the width and dimension through the center of his body and the power he's got down his top. A good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
In the ring at this time, we are ready for Class 38. Class 38, Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 120 to 124. Class 38 in the ring. Results of Class 37. Class 37, Hampshire Market Lambs. First place and congratulations, Isaac Thompson. Second place exhibitor, Zane Faulkner. Third, Regan Pruitt. Fourth place exhibitor, Alexa Bratton. Fifth, Levi Wechter. Sixth, Boone Lordy. Seventh, Lucas Wilson. Eighth place exhibitor, Janessa Lehman. Ninth, Peyton Richards. 10th place exhibitor, Avery Engelhart. Other exhibitors in the class include Emmy Haddon, Hannah Swanson, and Carly Simpson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 37 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, it's a really tough class. There's about 8 or 9 sheep in here that had a lot of quality to them that made it a time to slow down and evaluate a little bit longer. And these top 2, you can sure switch these 2 around and talk a different set of reasons and justify it. They're both really, really good sheep. I'm going to start with the weather lamb that's just a touch more elevated front end. When I look on with the top of him, he's a little better at the top of the blades. I like the way the neck comes out right out of the top of the blades and the way that shoulder sets to that. When you get out beside him, I think his lines are really good. He's got just a touch more length down his top line, really expressive down his top with a firm touch, yet he's still fresh. One that doesn't have a lot of things you can really throw a lot of concern at. He's not quite as powerful, to be honest with you, as the one in second, one down his top line. The one in second, this ewe lamb is just unbelievable down her top. She's got, comes right out of the blades with a huge rack shape through that forerib. She keeps that width right on back all the way to the dock. Probably has just a touch more width down that top line than the sheep that we use to win the class. Not quite as long body, but still balances out really good. Made this a hard call. You get over the top of her, when you get one this powerful, sometimes the front end not quite as nice as maybe the sheep that I use. It depends on who's out here and where you want to put your emphasis. This is a really nice ewe lamb here in second. Third place is one that gives up a little power to the top 2 in the class, but I appreciate the freshness of touch. It's got some wide shape through the center of its body and rib. One that's really squared out and level going to its dock. One that's up fronted and got a nice shape to his front. He just doesn't quite have the power of the first 2. When you get right behind him, he's not as wide from through his pin set and down through that lower part of his stifle, but a nice lamb in third. Fourth is another ewe lamb that handles really good. She's huge in her top, big and wide in her loin, really deep in her muscle pattern from behind. At times she hits the ground a little bit hard for me. I'd like to see her be able to move a little bit freer and easier at times on the move. She's not the most elevated sheep, but she's level in her lines. She was a hard one for me to deal with. She's got a lot of handle. You got to like her. I just like to lift her up that front and get her maybe at times to be a little softer in her movement. We get to the young man coming next. This one here is just a little immature in his appearance and his handle compared to the top end, but this is a real high quality individual. I like the length of neck. I like the shape down his top. He's got a good body shape. One that I think it's really good if you push him really hard right now. He just, to me, was a little immature to compare to the top of the class. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 39. Class 39 Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 125 to 129. Class 39 in the ring. Results of Class 38. Class 38 Hampshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Haley Vogel. Second place exhibitor, Brooklyn Moore. Third, Jack Hasselback. Fourth, Araya Nair. Fifth place was Cole Nelson. Sixth place exhibitor, Jaron Pettigrew. Seventh, Matthew Minnick. Eighth place was Lila Kephart. 9, Holly Howard, and 10th was Isabella Guthrie. Other exhibitors in the class include Brianna Farrell, Madison Millett, Caden Durr, Landon Gaines, and Braxton Sweden. Once again, congratulations to those Class 38 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Another really nice class of Hampshire sheep. Top pair gets really close. It depends on kind of which piece of the puzzle you stop on here a little bit. I like the young lady's sheep for his balance, the way he's made through his center body. One that's really good up in his chest floor and smooth at the shoulder. One that is attractive at the top of the shoulder and then got some length of neck. He's got a notch longer in his top line than the sheep that follows him. He's not quite as big in his forearm or as heavy in his lower third structure as what we have coming second. But when you get over the top of him, he's the thickest sheep in this top three, starting behind the blades all the way back to the dock. Sheep that's got lots of muscle, lots of look, and just giving up a touch of power in that lower third of his skeleton today, but I think he's the most complete package. Second, really a nice sheep. I like him a little notch better when I stand in front of him. He's a little bigger forearm, a little bigger foot size, one that's got plenty of look to him to the side. Neck comes out of the top of the shoulder again. I like to give him a little more width right over that loin, right through the loin and over the top of his rack as I get to this point, and we can sure switch these two. He's got plenty of length. He's not quite as long, but he balances out extremely well. He's better in the front shoulder set to me than the one coming third. He's also wider at this pin set and dock region, and that's where he excels his third place sheep. Third place is tall fronted, takes a great picture from the side, really got a good look under that lower third of his skeleton. But when you get over the top and go evaluating these top three, this sheep just doesn't quite have the width underneath for us at the pin set and over the hip of what we got, and not quite the shoulder. The depth in that forerib is a little much here compared to the sheep just ahead of him. But this is a good sheep in a tough class. We get into the next young man's sheep. Handles probably as good as anything in here. Big rack, really got a nice shape to his leg. I'd like to see his loin and to hip transition be a little better. He doesn't fill in quite as smooth right there and handle quite as good right there. Gets him a little rough in his top line when you get out here on the profile, and gives up a little bit in that regard to the top end of this class. But one that I think actually could get better with some time on feed. A really nice sheep here in fourth. Fifth place gives up a little bit of length and not quite as powerful as the top end of the class in overall volume, but a sheep that's really wide through his loin and upper part of his skeleton. I like that handle that he gives me. He's firm yet fresh. Not quite as long as some of those sheep at the top of the class, but he's similar to the sheep just ahead of him, just gives up a little bit of that lower third to him. But a good set. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
In the ring at this time, we are ready for Class 40. Hampshire Market Lambs, Class 40. These lambs weigh 130 to 134. Class 40 in the ring. Results of Class 39, Hampshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Annika Hamilton. Second place, exhibitor Thomas Thompson. Third, Lily Byram. Fourth place, exhibitor Ethan McCorkle. Fifth, Kendrick Herr. Sixth place, exhibitor Briar Buckland. Sorry about that, Briar. Seventh place exhibitor, Morgan Tallman. Eighth, Cregan Jones. Ninth place was Kirsten Stockberger. 10th, Kirsten Haynes. Other exhibitors include Owen Conger, Kinsey Larson, and Isabella Spence. Once again, congratulations to those Class 39 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, there's two good ones showed up in this class for sure. There's more than that, but these top two I really think are pretty special, both of them, and it gets really, really close. Both of them have a look from the side that you can appreciate. You get from a three-quarter view. They both open up underneath their chest floor and got some width of base to them. This first place sheep just outpowers our second place sheep just a little bit when you get right over the top of that loin and hip. I like the extra width I find there. I still have the round body. I got a nice set to the top of the shoulder. I got big bone and feet and legs, but still not coarse. A nice sheep to start. Second, I can say the same things about, just not quite as wide over the top of that hip and dock. And when you get down to that lower stifle, I got a sheep going out the gate that's just a touch more power, but this is a really good one, a nice second place sheep. Third place lamb is a nice lamb as well, one that's not quite as good in that first third of his skeleton. He gets just a touch deeper down through that base of that chest floor. One that's handles with a lot of muscle shape down his top, maybe not quite the shape and not quite the firmness of what we got in this sheep just ahead of him in the class, but another one that's big stifle, that's got a lot of power, quality sheep in a tough class. Fourth, we need to get a little different look right through the dock. He gets a little bit off, and it doesn't square up quite as well right at the dock. Not quite as wide made through the center of his body as those top three, but when you get down the top of him, he's fresh handling, he's wide loin, he's good at the top of his blades. A nice lamb here in fourth as well. Fifth place, another one that just needs more muscle shape to go with what he's got as far as width of skeleton. When you get over the top of him, he rounds out in his rib good. He's wide from stifle to stifle. Doesn't have quite the touch and the handle that we got just ahead of him in this class today, but another nice lamb. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand. Good job.
In the ring at this time, we are ready for Class 42. Class 42, Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 135 to 139. Class 42 in the ring. Results of Class 40 Hampshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Julia Gardy. Second place exhibitor, Cheney Tennant. Third, Landon Bewley. Fourth place exhibitor, Hannah Swanson. Fifth, Landon Gaines. Sixth place was exhibitor Cash Holmes. Seventh, Adeline Slick. Eighth place, Connor Summers. Ninth, Avery Englehart. 10th place was Troy Cutter. Other exhibitors include Eva Beckner, Jonathan McMillan, Isaac Holowinski, and Ellie Anderson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 40 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
really nice set of lambs in this class as well. I'm going to use the one that's probably grabs your eye a little harder when he comes in the ring than some of the other lambs in the class. He's got that extra to him, really tall-fronted, long neck, smooth-shouldered, got a really good show sheep look. I'm enough old school that makes this really, really close. Young man coming second's got one super powerful down his top. It's just a matter of whether you use which piece of the puzzle. That one's a little better through this front end with a little extra look. This one here's got just a little extra power and width of loin and rack shape, and it made it really close in my mind. This one's not by any means an ugly sheep. He's a pretty sheep in a tough class. I just decided to go with one that's just a little exceptional through his front and had enough muscle to him, and I'll grant second place. Probably has a little more depth of loin and a little more rack. A nice pair on the top. Third place sheep is really good through the front end. He's similar to the sheep that we got winning the class for his attractive look through the front. He's firm down his top, good through that center body. When I get out beside him, when I get over and handle him, I'd like to change him a little bit in the way he goes in the top of his hip. He just doesn't handle quite the same. It's a little uneven there, and it doesn't handle with quite the shape that I have in the top two, his levelness that I have in the top two going back to the dock. But really, from the hip forward, an exceptionally good sheep here in third. In fourth, we got one that's big in its rack, good in its top line, a little leaner than the sheep below it. Both of these are pretty similar for his muscle. Neither one of them quite has that look through the front of what we got in the sheep just ahead of them in the class and that front third of their skeleton, but they both really good sheep in a really tough class. I use one's a little leaner fourth, and I put the young man that's got lots of power just a little softer today fifth. Let's give these young people a nice hand.
Our next class will be our Division I Hampshire Drive. First place exhibitor from Class 37, Isaac Thompson, Boone County. From Class 38, your first place exhibitor, Haley Vogel of White County. From Class 39, first place, Annika Hamilton, Henry County. And from Class 40, Julia Gardy of Whitley County. Second place exhibitors, Class 37, Zane Faulkner, Noble County. From Class 38, your second place exhibitor, Brooklyn Moore of Wells County. From Class 39, second place, Thomas Thompson of Boone County. And from Class 40, second place exhibitor, Cheney Tennant of Wabash County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Division I Hampshire exhibitors.
Well, a really good set of hamps in this division. Class 1 has two high-quality sheep. I use one that's got a little more to him today. He's got a little more pounds and volume, but he also is really nice made. I like this sheep structurally. His way his neck comes out, where it comes out, his shoulders set and angle, his body shape when you get out beside him. He great hip in him, great leg structure under him. He's a little bit, I guess you'd say, I wouldn't use the word green, but he's not quite as far along in his maturity in the feeding period as you get into some of the heavier ones here, which makes this a challenge. But this one here structurally is made just about the way you want to make one. Second place is one that's got a really nice fresh top to him. He's round-bodied, got a really nice touch, gives up some width through his hip and not quite the power and overall volume we got here, but another high-quality sheep here in second. In the second class, a nice pair. I used one that's a little taller fronted, great look, really good touch, got a lot of shape in this sheep, and got a lot of look when you get out beside him. Maybe gives up a little bit of dimension when you get over the top compared to some of these in the lineup, but a really high-quality sheep that competes well in this division. Our second place, a little bit different kind. This ewe lamb is exceptionally good down her top line, wide in its hip, got a really nice shoulder set to it, just not quite as elevated, not quite the extension we have in the one ahead of it. This third class was another really close pair. You could swap these two and talk a little different piece. I got one here in front that handles exceptionally well down the top, really big up over the loin and hip, got plenty of stifle, smooth in its shoulder, a notch longer bodied, not quite as stout in that lower third of its skeleton as the one in second, but I really like those pieces I mentioned and reason it's sitting here in first. Second place, big forearm, heavy structured, square hip, maybe just not quite the power it needed down the top to get around this sheep we used today. This last class in this division is the two really nice ones I talked about in that class. Class winner, really fun to handle. Big in its top, right kind of touch, really fresh to the touch, big in its rib, handles just like you want one to handle. Fresh but not carrying too much cover, really firm, but it's wide. The loin edge is up high and wide. Really good from stifle to stifle. You get to a three-quarter view, you can see this sheep starts at width out at the ground and goes all the way up, but it does that in a pretty package with the top of the blades laying where they should. Second in that class, not quite as good in that loin and hip area as the one that we used to win. Maybe a touch neater through the front. It's really, really close and a really good sheep here as well. You can find little pieces maybe you could make a little better, but this one here competes in any ring. A good set. It's interesting decisions to be made again. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
And your Division I champion from Class 40, congratulations, Julia Gardy, Whitley County. And your reserve Division I champion from Class 40, congratulations, Cheney Tennant. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Division I exhibitors. Our next class will be Class 43. Class 43 Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 140 to 144. Class 43, in the ring, please. Results of Class 42 Hampshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Logan Tressler. Second place exhibitor, Caden Johnson. Third, Gabriella Rout. Fourth, Adriana Martin. Fifth place was Kipton Ott. 6, Jackson Ritter. 7, Adeline Slick. 8th, Audrey Sweden. 9, Grace Kreshner. 10th place exhibitor, Carly Dickey. Other exhibitors in the class include Olivia Anderson, Marin Sprinkle, and Kinsey Larson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 42 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, the young man's lamb here in this Hamp class handles the class pretty handily, in my opinion. I really think this one here comes to the front pretty quick. When you get your hands on him, he'll impress you, and when you get out beside him, look at him, you got to appreciate that kind of foot size, bone work, that heaviness of structure, and still does it in an attractive way. A nice Hamp sheep to start. Second place, real long and level, and I appreciate the freshness he has down its top. Handles with enough muscle to get up here on this front end. Not the muscle we see in our class winner, but enough to get up here. I think it's a little better than the sheep coming next through its shoulder and a notch longer bodied. Maybe give up just a touch of rack shape to the one coming third, but a nice balanced sheep here in second. Third place lamb is one that's a wide base sheep that's got some rib width in him. I appreciate all of those pieces about him. He gets a little bit coarser out the front and a little shorter in his appearance when I get up here to these top three. But I do appreciate the width and thickness he has in his skeleton. We have a fourth place sheep that's got maybe a little better touch than the sheep just ahead of it, but gets a little rougher in its way it's designed. Not quite as smooth or not quite as good in its transitions. If you analyze the sheep coming into it down through its loin, front or back, you'd like to just change the way he puts himself together a little bit, but you have to appreciate the way he handles lots of muscle. The young man coming next has got one that's open up through the center of his body. His loin sits down on him. The loin edges set down on him a little bit. He doesn't handle with the loin at the top of the class. Kind of concerned me from the start, but another nice lamb. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 44. Class 44 Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 145 to 149. Class 44, in the ring, please. Results of Class 43. Class 43 Hampshire Market Lambs. First place and congratulations, Thomas Thompson. Second place exhibitor, Aubrey Rothenbuehler. Third, Tanner Hollers. Fourth place exhibitor, Caroline Sullivan. Fifth, Caden Parks. Sixth place, Caden Gutwine. 7, Blair Mrozinski. Eighth place exhibitor, Brant Norberg. Ninth, Catherine Griffiths. 10th place was Cheyenne Shirley. And 11th place was Mark Avery Garrettson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 43 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Class 45 Hampshire Market Lambs, this is your first call. To the makeup ring, please.
another nice set of hounds. So I'm going to start the class of young lady sheep that really handles good for his muscle shape, his fat cover. He's a pretty sheep that's tall fronted, that's nice in his shoulder set. He's not quite as wide made from stifle to stifle as a couple of these right behind him, but he's close. And what I like about him is he's got the right kind of shoulder. You get over the top of him, his shoulder lays right. He's very youthful in his look up through the front and has enough muscle to go with it. A really nice package start to class. Second place, no doubt's the thickest made top in the class. He's the one that's really wide and bold over the top of the rib, wide over his loin, thick in his hip, and big stifled sheep. He gets a little coarse out through his front. I'd like to make him a little better through that front end, and then we can sure use him up here to start with the other pieces he has, because he is really good in his body shape. He doesn't have that mature look, but he's still got too much front to me to move him up today. Third place is kind of in the same ballpark, not quite the handle, not quite the loin of the one in second, but he's big in his rack. I like the levelness and length of in his hip, good and sound on his feet and legs. Just not quite the muscle power we have in the one in front. He may be a little better in his front end, but he's not quite like the sheep we start the class with in that regard. But a really nice third place lamb here today. Our fourth place lamb is one of the more attractive sheep for the first third of his skeleton. Neck comes really high out of his shoulder. Got a good set and a slope to that. Angle's really good through his front end. Got a nice firm top to him. When you get into his hip, he's not as wide at his dock at the pin set. You'd like to widen him out so he's got as much dimension as those up above, and then we could move him up in this class. Young lady coming next has got one that's really fresh handling, that's got some good pieces. You can look at the front end, you look at the body shape. He just doesn't handle with the loin, doesn't handle with the muscle shape of the top end of this class. Not quite as firm to the touch, but I appreciate just backing off and looking at him structurally, a really nice sheep. Let's give these young people a nice hand.
We are ready for Class 45. Class 45 Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 150 to 178. Class 45 in the ring, please. Results of Class 44. Class 44 Hampshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Kendall Rosine. Second place, Cheney Tennant. Third, Case Williams. Fourth place, exhibitor, Jacoby Geiger. Fifth, Riley Grinstead. Sixth, Ryan Wickert. Seventh, Kenyon Buckland. Eighth, Laney Schlippenmeyer. Ninth, Dixie Hamilton. 10th, Cheyenne Shirley. Other exhibitors in the class include Jack Crouch, Vulcan Everett, Colette Slaw, and Bree Brannon. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 44 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
with another nice set of hamps. I think the young lady's sheep, kind of like a couple other classes, was one that kind of stepped away from the rest of the class a little bit. One that's got a lot of things that you can really appreciate. Tall fronted, long neck, got a smooth shoulder, really firm to the touch, got a nice shape down its top, starting over the rack right behind the blades and carries it right on back with a wide hip. Got a deep muscle pattern, deep twist, got enough bone work underneath, a nice competitive sheep to win the class. Second place, not quite the front end design that we have in the class winner, but handles firm with a nice shape up over the top of the rib. Has a nice handle going back over that loin edge as well. Not quite as good off his back legs, like to roll in just a little bit off the back legs, but a really nice lamb other than those pieces in the second. Our third place lamb is one that's maybe a notch better on its back feet, but just doesn't have the handle and touch. Not quite the loin, not quite the lower stifle of what we have in the lamb that we placed ahead of it, but another complete kind of sheep here in third. Fourth starts giving up a little bit of muscle to the top end through the center lower part of the stifle, gets a little bit flatter, not quite as much power in this sheep from behind, but I do like the front end in this sheep and the lines when you get up beside it. It's a little better fronted than the sheep coming next. This sheep gets a little coarser and rounder out its shoulder area. I'd like to see it better in that front end where the neck comes out and the way the shoulder's made. Now, as far as muscle traits and carcass traits, that's the reason it's top five. Really good, nice shape, muscle shape with a good fresh handle and still lean in its cover. A good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Our next class will be Class 47. Class 47 Suffolk Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 122 to 156. Class 47 in the ring.
Hampshire exhibitors, we need those first and second place. First and second place, Hampshire Market Lambs, classes 42, 43, 44, and 45. Ringside and ready, please. Your Hampshire Division II drive will be next. First and second place, Hampshire Market Lambs, classes 42, 43, 44, and 45. Ringside and ready. Then immediately following our Division II drive, we will select your overall champion and reserve champion, Hampshire Market Lambs. So please have those Division I champion and reserve champions on the ready.
Results of Class 45. Class 45 Hampshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Gabriella Rout. Second place, Jordan Leiniger. Third, Jacelyn Whitmer. Fourth place, Carly Markley. Fifth place exhibitor, Paige Dupps. Sixth, Cora Rodeball. Seventh, Elizabeth Linger. Eighth place exhibitor, Lindsay Peterson. Ninth, Maddie Paxson. 10th place was exhibitor Skylar Sheets. Other exhibitors in the class include Kaylee Markley, Cora Rodeball, Karsten Updike, and Hayden Smoke. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 45 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, two nice Suffolks. I like this lamb we start with for as being just a little bolder in the center of his body and a little deeper in his muscle pattern going down that lower stifle, one that handles really good down his top. Big rack, fresh loin, one that's got a lot of shape to him and a lot of power to him when you get down his top, and still has some look when you get out beside him with nice balance. He's not quite as elevated through the front maybe as the one coming second, but I think when you get your hands on him, really analyze the sheep, he's got more of the pieces we're looking for. Second place, I like the length and lines, a nice solid sheep here that's got muscle, just not quite the power that we find in her. If you analyze muscle in relation to size, he's not quite as powerful as the sheep we start this class with. I'd like to see him be a little bit wider down his top line and over his loin, but this one handles right over his top. He's clean over his rib. He's good in his shoulder, smooth at his shoulder, and his shoulder sets right. A nice sheep here in our reserve hole today for the Suffolks. And our third place sheep is one that's similar to the sheep just ahead for his muscle shape down his top. Just gets a little too narrow from behind. When you get behind this sheep, he gets a little flat through that center part of his leg and down below, and doesn't have quite the flare we have in the top two. But I do like the top line in him for his muscle and shape up over the rib. We get into fourth place sheep. We got one that's got a nice rack shape. He comes out of his blades with a good handle and he's firm. His loin edge sets down going into his hip. He just doesn't have the muscle through that hind saddle, what we have in the top three. But I do appreciate the elevation and the kind of shape he has over the rack. We conclude our top five with one that has an uphill run, that's got some freshness to him, just needs a little more muscle to him when you get at this point. These up here got a little more shape, especially in that hind saddle area. But a good sheep here. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
We are ready to select your Division II champion and reserve champion. First place exhibitor from Class 42, Logan Tressler, Rush County. From Class 43, your first place exhibitor, Thomas Thompson of Boone County. Class 44, first place exhibitor, Kendall Rosine of Wabash County. And from Class 45, your first place exhibitor, Gabriella Rout of Clinton County. Second place exhibitor, Class 42, Caden Johnson, Boone County. From Class 43, your second place exhibitor, Aubrey Rothenbuehler, Noble County. Class 44, second place, Cheney Tennant, Wabash County. And from Class 45, your second place exhibitor, Jordan Leiniger of Kosciuszko County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Division II Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, a really good set of Hampshires here today, and it's been fun for me. And I know there's a lot of parents and these young people out here that's kind of nervous at this point when you get this kind of competition going on, and it gets down to the little differences in my opinion today. And it's an honor to be here, and I'll tell you the Hampshire drive's been really good. First class has got one winning. It's a real show sheep out here on the profile. He's got the look. His shoulders set right, the angle's right, the head's out, neck's out of the top of the shoulder. He's long-bodied. He runs uphill. He's got muscle shape to him. He's competitive in this drive. He's not quite as mature in his handle as some of these others. And when you get from that last rib back, how much is enough with this weight? That's something I've got to kind of decide if he's got that. But that's the piece that's kind of maybe the question. But you don't have a question for it, just a look when you get out beside him. Second place in that class has that question answered for his power down his top. He's just not quite the looker when you get out beside him for his balance and up-fronted look and that first third of his skeleton, not quite what we have over here on this side of the ring. In our second class, we got our division, we got one our class. This one here has really got the kind of rib you like. He's wide and expanded through that center rib. Huge in his top, fresh to the touch. He runs uphill good. The neck comes out the right spot. Big feet, really good forearm size, but he got this kind of stoutness underneath, but he's not, it's not taken away from his look when you get out beside him. He's not maybe as shallow as one or two of these others are in his chest floor, but I think he's more than adequate there. I think that's playing one piece too far if you go to being critical of that at this point. Our second place in that class has the long body and the level lines, just doesn't have that power, especially through the lower third of what we have in our class winner. And this third class, we got one that's kind of similar to the one that we win class one with. Uphill, really firm touch, got a nice look from the side, good set to that shoulder, level hip. A lot of really good in this sheep here as well. The same question exists. Does he have quite the width and turn to that stifle? Does he have the power it needs to go along with that look? We're trying to make that unicorn, if you will, out here in this ring. We want them really pretty, but we don't want to give up any power. And I know that's really hard to hit, but that's why kind of where we set the bar. We want that sheep that's really hard to raise, and these here are getting really close to being at that spot. Second place in that class is one that's big rib, wide top, really a power sheep. When you get over the top of him, if you're just looking for muscle, you'd have to switch these two. I don't think his front end's right. I don't think he's quite as good through that front end. He gets a little coarser out when you stand over the top of him compared to the one I use. In the last class, we got one that kind of fits the pattern of some of these we've been talking about. Here's a heavyweight that's smooth-shouldered, that's up-fronted, that's long-necked, that's long-bodied, that's level hip, that naturally hits the ground wide. One that's got a firm touch, yet still fresh. A really, really competitive sheep in this drive. If you're going to be critical of him, at times he doesn't like to hold himself together. He's almost long enough. He has a hard time at times keeping all of it together in a really good look. But this is a good sheep that's very competitive. Second in that class, not quite the sheep we have over here as far as that front, over that loin and through that hip and dock. But I like the freshness. I like him over the top of his rib. He's got some bone work underneath him, and a nice sheep here as well. That's the way I see them. I've got to try to decide which one's got the most complete package. It's going to be interesting call. We got some really good sheep to make that decision with. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
And your Division II Hampshire champion out of Class 43, congratulations, Thomas Thompson, Boone County. And your reserve Division II Hampshire champion from Class 45, congratulations, Gabriella Rout of Clinton County. We'll let these guys get back to the makeup ring, and then we'll be ready to select our overall Hampshire and Reserve Hampshire champion market lamb. In the meantime, Briggs Beck. Briggs is 5 years old and is lost his parents. I'm sure Briggs knows exactly where he's at, but Mom and Dad are a little nervous. So if anybody would happen to see Briggs Beck, 5 years old. They found him? Oh, see, Briggs knew where he was at all along. Mom and Dad was lost and he found him. So we're all good. So now we need to select your overall champion and reserve champion Hampshire Market Lamb. So your Division I champion, Julia Gardy of Whitley County. Your Division II champion, once again, was Thomas Thompson of Boone County. Reserve Division I champion, Cheney Tennant of Wabash County. And Reserve Division II champion, Gabriella Rout of Clinton County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Division I and II champion and reserve champion exhibitors.
Well, it's been fun doing the Hamps today. Really, really good set here to pick our champion reserve from. In our lightweight division, we used the lamb that I just love to handle. This sheep is just huge in his top. Yet when you get beside him, I like the round body shape and the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. He's got balance, got bone work. He's really a stout one. He's a good one, and I'm glad he's out here in the ring at this point because he sure is one that deserves to be considered. When you get to the reserve in that division, it was close in the class, and this lamb is really, really good, maybe a notch taller fronted, just not quite the hind saddle of the sheep that we use to win today. In the heavyweight, we just got through doing this division, and I think the lamb that I used to win that division is very similar in a lot of ways to the one I used to the lightweight. He's big-footed. He's got a big rib in him. He's huge in his top. He's got the right kind of width and dimension with enough look to go with it. When you get over the top of him, he handles very similar to the sheep that we use to win the lights. He's a notch taller fronted. The little lamb in the lightweight may be a notch better in a spot or two when you get your hands on him. The heavyweight's better when you get on the side of him for his elevated front. It's really, really close and a nice set here. The reserve in the heavy, one that's really a long-bodied, smooth-shouldered sheep that's still got width and dimension to him. He's wide down his top and through his hip. As I mentioned in the drive, I'd like to see him at times hold himself together a little better. He's so long-bodied at times he likes to get a little weaker coming out of his loin, but one that it's not weakness as far as width and dimension, it's weakness in the lines, but a really nice lamb that's got to be considered also. Good set. Let's give all these young people a nice hand. We'll name you champion reserve.
And your champion, Hampshire Market Lamb from Division 2. Congratulations, Thomas Thompson of Boone County. And your reserve champion, Hampshire Market Lamb from Division 1. Congratulations, Julia Gardy of Whitley County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors. We are ready for Class 48. Class 48. Dorper Market Lambs. This first class to Dorper Market Lambs weighs 93 to 113. Class 48 in the ring, please. We've got a little housekeeping to catch up with, guys. Class 47, that was our Suffolk division. Class 47, Suffolk Market Lambs. First place and your champion, Suffolk Market Lamb. Congratulations, Jacob Thompson. Second place and your reserve champion, Suffolk. Congratulations, Jordan Leiniger. Third place was exhibitor Isabella Guthrie. Fourth, Lillian Kretcher. Fifth place was Lucas Wilson. And sixth, Riley Smith. Once again, congratulations to those Class 47 Suffolk Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, in our first Dorper class, I'm going to use young lady's sheep that I really appreciate the way he's put together and the kind of muscle power he has when you get over the top of him. This sheep has got a nice design to him when you get up beside him. When you get behind him, he's pulled apart with some width, especially through the center of his body. He's still neat at the top of his shoulder. He's got more width and handle down his top, especially for that last rib back, than the sheep come in second. He's not as freaky made on the profile, but he's got more power and more width and dimension than that top third of his skeleton. Just a really nice sheep to start with. Second place, when he come in the ring, I really thought this one, as extreme as he's made structurally for this breed, that he might not have enough to him to play this high. He's deceiving. For this kind of sheep, you don't see this breed have this kind of rib shape, this shallow chest and barrel shape to that to his midline very often in this breed, and still have any kind of muscle to him. But when you get over the top or behind him, the sheep has a lot more than you realize. He's got a good wide top in him over the top of the rib. He just doesn't handle with the loin and the muscle from that last rib back that we have in the one we use. But this is a nice lamb here in second. Our third place lamb gets a little rougher out through the front end, not quite as attractive as the first two. Handles probably as good over the top of the loin as the sheep just ahead of him, but narrows up a little bit going back to the dock in the pin set. If I could widen him out that pin set, we'd have to consider moving this one up one notch in the class. A nice lamb here in third. Fourth has got a big top in him, really wide over the top of the rib and wide in his loin. Gets a little bit shorter sided and not quite as good in his front is what we got just ahead of him in the class. But he's in this top four. These top four kind of separated out as a nice set of lambs up here on the front end. Young man coming next, he's got one that's really square with some shape in his top. Just that lower third of his skeleton gets a little bit weak. He's a little smaller bone, not quite as good through the center of his rib is what we got up above him, but I really like the top line, a nice top line in this one. A good set. Let's give these exhibitors a nice hand.
We are ready for class 49. Class 49 Dorper Market lambs. These lambs weigh 115 to 137. Class 49 in the ring, please. Results of Class 48. Class 48. First place and congratulations, Riley Smith. Second place, Kylan Myers. Third, Chloe Bills. Fourth, Bryn Reinhardt. Fifth place exhibitor, Brody Englehart. Sixth, Jenna Shar. Seventh, Hunter Thompson. Eighth place, Carly Simpson. Ninth was Lee Kretschner. And 10th was Tanner Weekly. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 48 Dorper Market Lamb exhibitors.
well, I recognize they're a little bit different in their kinds, but these two are the two that's really the two to bring to the front for its quality. And even though they're different, we'll talk about them a little bit. The young lady I decided to start the class with has really got a nice fresh top in this sheep, wide and deep in its loin edge, really good up over top of the rib, handles very firm over the rib for its condition. Just a sheep that I think is a little more complete. For a Dorper, it may be just a little bit more elevated, not quite the lower power that you might want, which you do find in second. But I find him just to be a little bit more complete today in his lines and the way he handles. Second place is kind of typical of what we see a lot of the Dorper breed have for his, their size and the way they're structured and designed. And this sheep has a big top, big loin, plenty of leg from behind. One that I think has a lot of good pieces, enough bone work underneath. Just needs to be a little more attractive in the front end. I could probably swap these two. I don't find him being quite as nice in the front, but I do appreciate the muscle and the way he handles. Third place is one that's kind of more similar to first in the first third of his skeleton. He gets a little bit off in his rump and hip. Not as structurally good there as the sheep up ahead of him, but I do appreciate the leanness and the way he handles with muscle in his top. Young lady coming next has got one that's kind of like our second place sheep, kind of gets back to the typical Dorper structure and design, but he's a little softer today. He needs to be firmer in his touch and have a little more muscle shape to compete any higher in this class. And we conclude the class with one that's a little more attractive maybe on the profile, one that's got enough width up over the top of him and a smooth shoulder. He just gets a little too flat and narrow through that center lower third of his leg as you compare him to the top of the class. But I do like the shape he has through his rib and over the top of the rib. A nice sheep. Let's give these young exhibitors a nice hand.
We are ready. Bring in Class 50. Class 50, that first class of natural colored market lambs. These lambs weigh 102 to 118. Class 50, in the ring, please. Results of Class 49. Class 49, Dorper Market Lambs, first place, and congratulations, Evan Trent. Second place exhibitor, Hadley Ritz. Third, Evan Trent. Fourth place was Abigail Bridges. Fifth, Owen Grinstead. Sixth place was Ellie Friend. Seventh, Tanner Overmeyer. And eighth place was Miranda Moneyheffer. Once again, congratulations to those Class 49 Dorper Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, nice set of naturals in this first class of naturals. It gets close on the top end here. I think when you compare these top two, I think they're the two that kind of come to the front of the most complete package. There's a little bit of give and take after that. I find this first place sheep just to have a little more to him. When you get over the top and behind him, he's really expressive up over his rack and over his loin. He's big in his hip, a notch longer maybe. Really, it's really close on length, but when you get over the top and you get your hands on him, you find him to have just a little more to him. The second place has a little better touch. I really like the way he handles. He's a little thinner heighted, a little better touch to him. When he's out here on the walk, he looks like he's down just a little bit compared to the one that we used to win today. But this is a complete square-made, wide-made, muscular sheep here in second. Third is one that if you back off and just get your picture made, this is the one you want to get it made with. This one here has got the look. He's tall-fronted, good in his lines, big in his bone work, got a lot of good things going for him. From the very start, there's a couple of pieces that kind of bothered me. One is if you handle this sheep and you go down into where his loin ties into his hip, that loin edge drops down. He doesn't have quite the transition that we find in the top two. And when you get behind him, he likes to handle the back legs just a little bit off compared to the first two in this class. But he can get stuck like this young lady sticks him here, and he can really look good. A nice lamb in third. Fourth place is one that's a little shorter bodied. He may handle just a little bit wider through the base of the loin, but he doesn't have that transition either far as being right in that top line. I'd like to see him a little better for that loin to hip. Great touch and height again. Really expressive, a fun sheep to handle. Just like to change him when I get out beside him. He's also just a notch shorter body than the one just above him in the class. Young lady coming here is in a really close contest. This sheep is really solid. Got a big hip, square, level, nice feet and bone work underneath. At times it gets downhill just a little bit on the young lady and not quite as wide right over the top of the rib as the sheep that we had above. But another good one here. I just like to lift it up in that front end, give it a little more width over the top of the rib. But a good set. Let's give these exhibitors a nice hand. Good job.
At this time, we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion Dorper Market Lamb. First place exhibitor from Class 48, Riley Smith, Newton County. From Class 49, your first place exhibitor, Evan Trent of Boone County. Second place exhibitor, Class 48, Kaylin Myers, Jay County. From Class 49, your second place exhibitor, Hadley Ritz of Jackson County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Dorper Market Lamb exhibitors.
Nice set of Dorpers. Start the lightweight class with an interesting pair. You could swap these two around and talk a little bit different set of reasons, but I think when you get your hands on them and really evaluate these, this young lady's sheep we start the class with has got a little more power to him, especially from that last rib back through that loin over that hip. One that's really big and handles really nice in his condition as well. smooth in his shoulder, one that's sound and functional on his feet and legs. Maybe not as extreme in his up in his chest floor as what we have in second, but just a little better over the top of him when you get to the top of this sheep. Second place, really a unique Dorper. This one here has got a different body shape than most. He's long pattern, he's level in his lines. He's an interesting sheep. If he handled just a little better through his loin and down his top, as I compare them, we could probably swap these two. But I think the better sheep today in a market class is here, but that one there is very unique and a nice lamb as well. We get into the heavies. We got one that's got a nice touch, really firm, fresh to the touch down his top. I like the shape up over the top of his rib and through his loin. One that's runs uphill and smooth shouldered. Got a good look in this Dorper breed. He's not as big in his stifle and his stout from behind as maybe the lightweight when you get right behind him, but he's really got the same kind of touch and muscle down his top. A nice sheep here. Our second in that class is a little bit more of the conventional Dorper that we appreciate in my part of the world for their durability and adaptability to the world. This one here's got a wide skeleton, a fresh top, lots of loin, stoutness and thickness from behind's good. Got good bone work, just not quite the design and balance that we find in the one that wins this class today, but another really nice Dorper sheep here in second. A good set. Let's give these young people a nice hand. We'll name you champion reserve.
And your champion from Class 48, congratulations, Riley Smith, Newton County. And your reserve champion, Dorper Market Lamb, also from Class 48. Congratulations, Kaylin Myers of Jay County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Dorper Market Lamb exhibitors. All right, we are ready for Class 51. Class 51, natural colored market lambs. These lambs weigh 119 to 127. Class 51, in the ring, please. Results of Class 50. Class 50, natural colored market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Kaylee Pettigrew. Second place, Caden Parks. Third, Lily Williamson. Fourth place exhibitor, Kelby Roberts. Fifth, Aniston Kaiser. Sixth place was Jenna Gottschall. Seventh, Hadley Lugwood. Eighth place exhibitor, Grace Shiner. Ninth, Carolyn Rodeball. 10th place was exhibited by Braxton Sweden. Other exhibitors in the class include Zach Wolf, John Wilkinson, and McKenna Shyman. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 50 natural colored market lamb exhibitors.
Nice set of naturals in this class. Top three, I think, really make a good set up here. They got a lot of the same look to them and length and size and balance and a lot of things. I think the young lady's sheep is the most complete. I liked him from the time he hit the ring. He's got a little bit of something extra to him. I like the look. He really catches your eye. I don't know if it's the color pattern along with his design, his barrel shape, and his shoulder, his great front end. But he gets your attention pretty quick. When you get your hands on him, he's not one that just blows you away, but he's got good muscle. He really comes out of the blades with one that's got a nice shape, got a nice loin edge that's out wide, his hips right. He's able to move off of either end really well, and he's got that length of neck and some of those special things that really makes him look the part. A nice class winner. Second place, maybe just a notch shorter down his top line, but really expressive in his shape. I like the way he's, you can see it from the sideline, the rack shape in this sheep, and he's got a nice shape from through that center stifle as well. His loin edge is up, but it's a little bit hard compared to what I have in front of it today. This one's a little bit dry, needs to be a little fresher in his top line. Not quite as wide in that top as what we got just ahead, but this is another really nice sheep that's lean and got a lot of muscle shape. The blue sheep doesn't have quite the touch of this sheep right here. When you get over the top of him, he's a little bit got a little more hide thickness to him, but that's not a problem. He just doesn't quite have the touch, but he's got a nice rack shape, but his loin edge is not quite as good as the first two in this class. But I like the way he's uphill, smooth shouldered, got a nice rack and body shape. He's a competitive sheep, a nice lamb here in third. Fourth place, a little bit shorter sided, not quite as up fronted as the sheep ahead of him, but I like the rib in him. He's big rib, big top, right up over the top of that rib. Just needs to be a little wider at his pin set and a little more length of body as you compare him to those up in front of him. Young lady coming next has got one that's got a big rack and top in him, wide center rib to him. They got a lot of things you can appreciate. I don't like him quite as well off his legs the way he tries to walk. He gets a little off on those. He doesn't carry quite the depth of muscle from behind of what we got up ahead of him, but really a good barrel-shaped body and a big top. Nice set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
We are now ready for Class 52. Class 52 natural colored market lambs. These lambs weigh 128 to 134. Class 52, in the ring, please. Results of Class 51. Class 51 natural colored market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Annika Hamilton. Second place exhibitor, Kinsey Minnan. Third, Madeline Crouch. Fourth place was Jack Hasselbach. Fifth, Bristol Buckland. Sixth place exhibitor, Caden Parks. 7, Cash Holmes. Eighth place was shown by Dixie Hamilton. Ninth, Cooper Martin. 10th was Aubrey Rothenbuehler. Other exhibitors in the class include Riley Grinstead, Kendall Kreschner, Ellie Anderson, Reed Tierney, Dakota Richards, and Jacob Freed. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 51 natural colored market lamb exhibitors.
Well, this may have been as deep a class as we've had today. I was really impressed with this class, the depth of the quality. You could be fourth, fifth, sixth in here and have a really good one, and made it a little difficult, but it made it fun at the same time. Top pair, exceptionally good. Both of them really, really nice. I'm sure the crowd has their favorite in one of these two, but I think the most complete package we're winning the class with. This one's really got that center body width I like. He really got the pieces from the ground up that impresses me, and yet he does it with a very attractive front end. Big in his rack, nice in his loin, plenty of muscle from behind. He's not quite as much flair to that lower stifle maybe as the one coming second, but he's better where that loin ties into the hip. And that's one of the differences to me is the kind of width he has and maintains coming out of the blades all the way to that hip. This blue sheep, when you stand off and look at him from a distance, it's hard not to just fall in love with him. He's really, really a good one. He's long-bodied, he's up-fronted, one that's round in his shape through that center rib. He's got lots of bone work underneath him. He's pretty and attractive through his first third of his skeleton. He's right there in this competition in a very close call, but when you run your hand down his top as he goes into that hip, to me it's not as full and as flush as what we got in our first place lamb, but a nice pair on the top end here today. Third, got in a tough class. This one wins a lot of natural classes and shows. He's one that's got good shape. He's got the right kind of design through his front. He's balanced when you get out beside him. You can go on and what's wrong with him. There's nothing wrong with him. To me, when you get to these top three, he just doesn't have quite as much of him through that loin and down the top. He's got an expression, he's got muscle, but when you get to those top two, they're just a notch longer and there are a notch more of them. And to me, he just didn't have quite as much of him today, but a really nice third place sheep. Fourth place, a really stout one, big hipped, really big in his top, rack and loin, as muscular as any sheep in the class, not as good fronted as the three sheep we got ahead of him. I'd like to give him a little more length of neck. I'd like to get that a little different angle to that shoulder. I'd like to change him in the front end a little bit to go with that, what he has down that top and through that leg. A really stout one here for his muscle and in good shape. The young man coming next, he's got a good one. I kept moving him right on up the line in a really tough class. But when you get to this spot and you run your hands down his top, he just doesn't quite handle the sheep ahead of him for his flair and muscle, but a really good one and a nice balance. Let's give these young people a nice hand. Really stout set.
We are ready for Class 53. Class 53, natural colored market lambs. These lambs weigh 137 to 137 to 144. Class 53, in the ring, please. Results of Class 52. Class 52, first place, and congratulations, Cheney Tennant. Second place exhibitor, Lila Kephart. Third, Thomas Thompson. Fourth, Carson Hoon. Fifth place exhibitor, Tanner Hollers. Sixth, Colin Downing. Seventh place was Courtney Hockmeyer. Eighth, Caden Johnson. Ninth place exhibitor, Caden Gutwine. 10th, Reese Harrell. Other exhibitors in the class include Haley Vogel, Darren Lehman, Lindsay Peterson, Elizabeth Lingle, London Andrews, and Kinsey Larson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 52 natural colored market lamb exhibitors.
These natural classes continue to be really, really tough. Lots of quality in each one of these. We're going to start this class with another one that's pretty exceptional. This one here has got the right kind of look from the side and is really powerful down his top, big in his hip, up fronted, got great balance, and with that power, he combines that power with a really nice look, and I really appreciate that on the front end. Our second place sheep is similar to him. He's got that same kind of long body look to him, smooth shoulder. Those two kind of go together to me, length of body and the whole, all the pieces of a puzzle. When you get over the top of them, I give the edge on the muscle down the top to the one that wins the class. And she's just a touch better when you stand in front of him as well. But they're really good. These top two are really high quality sheep. Our third place is too. This one here is a little bit different. He's not quite as extended in his length, but he's long enough to balance really good from the side. He's tall fronted. He's good shouldered. One that handles right in his condition with the big rack. Maybe not quite the power from that last rib back of what we got in the top two in this class, but a nice lamb in third. Fourth place is one that handles just a little uneven down his top at times. I'd like to see his loin handle just a little bit better, but he's similar to first and second when I get out beside him and length of body. I appreciate the wide center rib he has in him and the up-fronted look. Not quite the depth of muscle in that lower stifle of what we got in the very front of the class, but he's really a good one as well. The last, fifth place, one that's long, level, big top, big rib. Sheep that's not quite the look up the front is the one we just got ahead of them. Not quite the elevated front, but another good one here in fifth. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
We are ready for Class 54. Class 54, natural colored market lambs. These lambs weigh 145 to 168. Class 54, in the ring, please. Results of Class 53 natural colored market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Kendall Rosine. Second place exhibitor, Logan Tressler. Third, Isaac Thompson. Fourth place was Grant Gentry. Fifth place exhibitor, Madeline Bruzall. Sixth, Levi Recker. Seventh place was Kennedy Mitchell. Eighth, Jaden O'Neill. Ninth was exhibitor Mary Griffiths. 10th, Grayson Shepard. Other exhibitors in the class include Sawyer Ritz, Andrew Ball, Porter Dorrell, Jacqueline Whitmer, Owen Beaker, Annie Bueller. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 53 natural colored market lamb exhibitors.